Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, November the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thanks, guys. All right, what's happening this morning? Of course, we've got a big meeting between your government and China. I don't know when it's happening exactly, if it's ongoing right now. Keep an eye on KWEB, KWEB. China, some of the China stocks, most of the China stocks are probably popping like KWEB is. I call this, if you're looking to buy a China stock, make sure you've got this chart. This is sort of telling you what most of the China stocks are doing. KWEB. What else is happening? So OPNT, I'm not going to talk about it other than if you see it up here and wondering why I'm not talking about it, this is a buyout. Okay, this is a buyout, OPNT. And before I keep going, the trade of the week is NerdWallet, NRDS. NRDS, considered live. 13. So how you trade it, of course, is up to you. NRDS is the free trade of the week. ENSC, ENSC, gapping up on FDA news. It was a lot higher, pulling back 270, back down to 223. Received written guidance that an acute pain indication may be appropriate. Okay, so anyway, that was the news earlier for ENSC. ATAT, which was an IPO, a new IPO on Friday, is gapping up quite a bit, 12%. China IPO. The high on Friday was right around here, 17. MOR. Unfortunately, I guess they've got an Alzheimer drug and it failed. It's study, so big drop for it, 30% down. This is a German company. Okay, I see. I think it's more Roche's. I think it's more Roche's, and Moore has some kind of a licensing deal with Roche. So I think that's the deal. That's why Moore is down. MOR. MNDY. Morgan Mindy. MNDY. Israeli company. This is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. 19%. Tremor. TRMR. Actually, there are some earnings plays this morning. I'm surprised. Quite a few. TRMR. Another earnings play. Gap down on earnings. TRMR. Another one. Some of the cannabis stocks are popping. I can't believe it just because of this one, Sundial, SNDL. But anyway, SNDL is moving higher on earnings, and it is, of course, it's a cannabis play. But I did see that Tilray was moving this morning. I don't see any specific news for it. Maybe an important level. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average for Tilray right there at 439, so it's a little bit above it, 239. PDSB, another earnings play. Relatively low flow, 23 million in the flow. So this is kind of interesting. I mean, it looks like it's taken all of this out on the daily chart. Let's take a look at the weekly chart to see what's happening. Yeah, so it looks like the next highs on the weekly chart are around 680. Well, actually, they're right there. Next highs are around 733, 733-ish, and that is for PDSB. A great reaction so far for this. Look at the volume too, 2.7 million. ASTS, ASTS. Yeah, another earnings play, ASTS, another earnings play. Big gap up, decent volume. X-ray. X-ray is another earnings play, but this one's on the way down. X-ray, not that much volume. This one is getting hammered. SLS, this is an earnings play, a cheap one, down 35%. Not very much volume either yet, 126,000 shares. But SLS is getting hammered on earnings through the 200-day moving average. And FDMT, now this really had some low volume, and I'd be looking to fade this probably. FDMT, yeah, volume is very low. It's phase 1/2 data. Okay, typically these don't hold their gains, but of course you never know. Also, it's untradeable right now. The NAS is 1435, 1495, so this is untradeable right now. My bias is once this starts trading, is as a potential short, just because it's only phase 1, phase 2, but it is a low float. Okay, what other ones? Okay, this GSUN came in. I didn't see this one, GSUN, GSUN. That's a big gap up. Another China stock. I think it's, a lot of China stocks that are going to be doing this with the talks on between US government and China. So a lot of China stocks are going to be looking like this probably. There's no specific news for this one, I don't think. TBLT. I don't know why it's not on my list. I know I saw it. TBLT, guys. TBLT is an earnings play. Used to be super active. Haven't seen this one for a while. AMC had a bit of a push this morning, surging after Black Panther. It broke all November. What did it say? Something about November. Anyway, there's a Black Panther. That's what AMC is pushing out this morning. Biggest ever opening weekend for a November release. Okay, that's what they're saying. And I thought the memers were going to get rolling, and then Bed Bath and Beyond, yeah, they started. Some of the other meme stocks were starting to roll, and then why not? Let's announce a financing. So more financing coming in for Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY, and that caused that big drop. Just checking here to see if there's anything else happening with some of these. I think Otley is another. Yeah, it's another. Or Oatly is another earnings play. Little Infy is an earnings play also. Some of them are so cheap though, almost not worth talking about. So we're in for a modestly negative open. Just looking here, the SPY is down 1.03, so in for a modestly negative open. As we had 2 good days in a row after the CPI numbers came out. So we had that tremendous one day, and then yesterday, and then Friday, not a huge follow through, but certainly not a sell off. All right, guys, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, they haven't hit yet. When I say hit yet, I usually get them around 9:10 in the morning, delivered to me. There they are. All right, let's see. Wow. Well, there is a massive there's a modest list of upgrades, but there is a massive list of downgrades. So let me get some of them in right now. A couple of upgrades for AMD. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. And again, now I'm going to try to get some of these downgrades in. There are just a huge list of downgrades right now. I'm going to look forward to see if there's a stock that has been downgraded by multiple firms. I see I see four downgrades for AQN. Let's take a look at AQN right now. Four downgrades for AQN. This is not an earnings play. This is not quite an all-time low, but this is had a bad day on Friday. I do remember this one actually. I do actually remember this one. There's that red candle on Friday. Anyway, I guess we should keep an eye on AQN for further weakness. AQN. A few more to go, guys, on these downgrades. Again, just a few more to go. There's a lot of downgrades this morning. There's most of them from that list. Okay, guys, so there are the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me get this pasted into our YouTube room. Morning Anonymous in our YouTube room. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, maybe do something a little bit different this morning. Let's take a look at the sectors. I always look at the sectors, but I want to take a look at the sectors and see What major sectors are above their 200-day moving average right now? Okay. I'm going to go to the sector status. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So here's XLE energy sector. So when you see 80, and these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 85% in red, what does that mean? That means 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. That's what it means. Okay. And so look at tech, 85%. There is no, I mean, I always discount utilities because a lot of times this is just sort of a dividend play, but there's no strong sector right now today, 15 minutes before they open. But what I want to do is I'm just going to start typing in some of these. So let's take a look at XLE as an example, okay? So look how far, so XLE, strong sector. I mean, this is shouldn't come any surprise. I mean, energy has been strong. There's a 200-day for XLE, way above it. Okay. Take a look at retail, XRT. So retail below the 200-day, approaching it, but still below it. Consumer staples, XLP, right at the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, healthcare above the 200-day moving average. You know, and again, the 200-day moving average is sort of universally used. A lot of people, a lot of people will not buy unless you're above it. Okay, you might short if you're below it, but you won't buy unless you're above the 200-day moving average. Whereas these are the ETF. So the idea then is to find, well, first of all, for energy, but anything is way above it. Find the strong stocks within the group. As an example, take a look at industrials, XLI, sorry, XLI above it. I mean, I know we all thinking that the market has just completely been destroyed, but XLF above it. No, I'd be surprised if communications is above it, but let's see. Yeah, there's communication. So weak sector. This is a super weak sector compared to those other sectors that we've looked at, and I'm pretty sure tech is going to look exactly the same. XLK. It's this is approachable. Communications is certainly the weakest. I mean, it is probably the one that's the most under percentage-wise, the 200-day moving average. Take a look at materials, XLB, a little bit above it. Poke through on Friday. So, consumer discretionary, XLY, below it. So consumer discretionary, retail a little bit below, but certainly communications, not the place you want to be unless you've got some super strong stock within that one. So it's another way, I mean, you can take a look at the stocks that make up XLE or XLC. So if I go back to, so if I go back here, then of course I can now start to check the stocks that are maybe the strongest within the sector. This is an exercise you can do. Well, I just typed in the symbols major. Okay, I just took these symbols here, I just typed them in. So when you say you're not seeing the charts, well, here is XLC right here. Okay, here's XLC right here. So if you go to the, oh, I see, okay. But now you can go, and maybe check to see, and how you're going to do it is up to you. You might want to see the stocks that are, closest to a 52-week high. But look at communications. I mean, maybe you find some outliers. within communications. Communications seems to be the worst performing sector. All right. But maybe there's some kind of an outlier. Maybe there's one stock in XLC or remember, these are the stocks that make up XLC. There are other communication stocks, not necessarily that make up XLC. But that is something, that's an exercise to go through. Headline's a bit confusing. Mzaka, what do you mean by that? What headlines are you talking? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, AMC is on the move here, guys. How long it's going to last? Nobody knows. But pumping out a press release saying that the Black Panther movie that I guess uh, I guess it was released on Saturday. I guess it did Bonzo box office. So the market's putting a little bit of a red bar here now, guys. A little bit of a sell-off now. This is, of course, 8 minutes before the open. Now, typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And as I say this every single day, if you're new to trading, I would probably sit out the first 30 minutes at least. Try to let things settle down a little bit. It's not that after 30 minutes everything is settled down and there's absolute direction for a stock one way or the other. But I can tell you this: in the first 15, things can be extremely whippy. So your wild card of the day is definitely ATAT. This is not, of course, recommendation is traded or anything like that, but this is the China IPO. So it's got I guess we'll call it a couple of things going. It's a China stock. The China stocks, most of them are popping this morning. But as always, keep KWeb. What I would do, if you're going to play China stock, I would definitely have KWeb as a thumbnail chart somewhere, so you can always refer to it, see what's happening, because this will give you a good barometer as to the individual stocks, individual China stocks. You earnings. I don't think I saw that one. Actually, it's pretty good action. I would say. I mean, that's decent volume. 334,000 shares, up 10% almost. But not but. There's no buts. I thought it was a China stock for some reason, but it is not a China stock. The reason I say but is that you're going to it's a lot easier, in my opinion, anyway, to find kind of stocks that are trading on their own rather than mirroring an entire sector, because you're kind of beholden to that sector. So that's what I'm saying with KWeb, China. Unless there's a China stock that is really trading on its own, it's got some specific news to it. You just really have to be careful. You have to be watching what the overall market's doing. So, as an example, you is an earnings play. So this will more or less be trading on its own within reason. In other words, it's not going to care as much what the market's doing. Yeah, but I was surprised to see how many earnings plays there were this morning. I'm sorting on the earnings date column. So all the 0.25s, released this morning. I'm actually very surprised. All the 0.25s released this morning. There's Frey right here, Frey, another EV play. And then on the downside, not as many on the downside. Stock, STOK. Well, this could get interesting. This is almost a lifetime low, guys. This is almost a lifetime low. So they're negative. They lost 66 cents, which beat by 2 cents. So I guess projection was going to be 68-cent loss. The revenue beats 2.9 million, stock down. But there's other stuff going on, obviously. I don't know if they've guided, reported Q. Yeah, so the EPS results were lower year. So, I mean, if you just look at the initial headlines, which is probably what happened here, right here, and look at, okay, revenues are up a little bit, and we didn't lose as much, so stock pops. And then you got to take a look at the bigger picture. And that is for STOK. So this could be interesting. I mean, for me anyway, if this takes out 10, this will be basically a lifetime low. Yeah, well, I guess we shouldn't call it the Bitcoin saga, but certainly the FTX saga continues. I mean, Bitcoin, of course, has been affected by it, but and I freely admit I'm on the complete periphery of all this, or the peripheral of all this. Periphery. The China stock, BEKE, interesting, through the 200-day moving average right there. 1510, so a little bit above the 200-day moving average. But again, you got to pay attention to KWEB. Cheap earnings play, guys. OTLY. This is almost a lifetime low. OTLY. And by the way, the promo code is still alive it's still active for 20% off. I'm just going to put it in here. When you go to my home screen, you'll see a different promo code. But for 20% off, Vets Day 20 is still active. All right, guys, give me one more. I'll be right back. All right, let's get set for this open, guys. Let's have a great trading week this week. Probably will not be quite as active as the last 2 weeks. We're certainly down on the earnings plays and the number of them, but we're still going to have some. Less than a minute? Yes, less than a minute. Well, less than 10 seconds. So let's get set for this open, everybody. Market is putting in a bit of a red bar ahead of this open. 3, 2, 1. We are now open. So things settle down a little bit. PSNY, an early pop here for PSNY, but look at the, well, it just came right back up, 606. PSNY, this was very active, well, pretty active on Friday. So keeping an eye on that pack B, guys, it intrigues me because of the potential gap fill. I'm way over here. Well, you can't see it on the daily, but on the weekly, was watching that one all last week. Yeah, next high is 1445. So how's MJ doing? I want to just take a quick look at the cannabis index. Yeah, not much. See if Tilray holding. Tilray was moving in the pre-market. I don't see any specific news for it. The only news I saw regarding any sort of cannabis play was Sundial, SNDL, had earnings. Now, of course, they all had a pop. I think some of the states, maybe California. I don't know. There's so many different propositions in your country that I lose track of them all. But I think that MJ moved somewhat on Friday or last week. Yeah. Look at fuel cell. Early though. FCL. This is early. FCEL. Okay, market's putting in a green bar to start anyway. Actually, pretty big green bar for the SPY guys. And see if this holds. This is, of course, we're only 2 minutes into the market. Yeah, the cruisers are, they're just creeping back, guys. CCL still well below the 200-day moving average. I think that NCLH. We just take a look at NCLH. No, that's well, maybe it's RCL. No, they're all still well below the 200-day moving average. All right, there's the PRVB. Now the PRVB, is this an earnings play? I can't remember if this is an earnings play or not. No. Getting into the 200-day moving average. Okay, I'm sorry, that's on the weekly, excuse me. Back to the daily chart. Yeah, so it's well above the 200-day moving average. Look how whippy these things can be in the first 15 minutes. Look at you as an example. Look how it got way up to $33. And now it's right back down to 3180 or so and sinking. This is how whippy things can be in the first 15. I know that, some stocks will, open and continue moving in the direction you want, but so many of them do this. It can be very, very, well, it's tough to trade. It's that simple. It's just tough to trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't. I used to, but I don't typically. If I get something that's an all-time low, I may take a look at it. Look at KWeb, guys. So my guess is that a lot of the China stocks are doing this. Look at KWeb, big pop all the way up here and is pulled right back down. Let's just take a look at, for instance, BEKE as an example. Let's see if it's done kind of the same thing. Not quite as dramatic, but pretty dramatic. I mean, look, it got, there's the pop up, and now look at the big sell off for BEKE. That's why I'm saying, if you're going to play a China stock, unless it's got some very specific news to it, make sure you've got KWeb up and running so you can keep an eye on what the overall market's doing. Be right back. ENSC has been pretty whippy. Again, it got high of 274 in the pre-market. Has some news, has some FDA news. All right, there's the AQN, guys. These 4 downgrades this morning, all-time low, almost a lot. That's no, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It is not almost an all-time low. Well, I'm sort of trying to break a rule here, but I can't get a fill for AQN. Only because of the multiple downgrades. I just can't get a fill. Lots of shares available, but because of the uptick, well, you know what? The uptick rule is still in effect, even though the stock is only down 10% right now. Still in effect because of what happened on Friday. It was down more than 10%. Till that stock has a positive day, that uptick rule is still in effect. I just can't get so I'm not getting a fill. I cannot get a fill. Aha, AMC. When you said AMC halt, I thought it might have been halted on the way up. This is halted on the way down, guys. AMC halted on the way down. Yeah, this AQN just, well, that's why the only reason I really look at these upgrades and downgrades in the pre-market, especially the downgrades, if I see one stock that's been downgraded by multiple firms, you gotta pay attention, in my opinion. And this was the only one, AQN. I guess if I'd had a little more, I could have taken it in the pre-market, then I wouldn't have had to worry about the uptick rule. But anyway, move on. Let's see if there's anything. Hudi is that's a China stock, guys. So Hudi is unless look at the market. Wow. Oh, look at this green bar now. So let's just take a look at KWeb. Is it having a resurgence again? No. So Hudi, HUDI is kind of trading on its own. Now this is a extremely whippy one. Very, very crazy, okay? Just so you know. I mean, this got up to, believe it or not, $200. When was that? That was on the 4th. Did a financing. So this is one of those ones that doesn't really care what China is doing. I mean, the rest of China stocks are doing, but it is extremely whippy. We have a very low float, 3.2 million in the float. Another one was halted, PNT, another one on the way down. Seeing a lot of stocks now halted on the way down. You see, I would say that, I don't know, certainly last year, most of the halts were stocks that are moving up. We're starting to see a lot of stocks that are being halted on the way down. Now, should clarify that a little bit. We saw stocks moving, like, we saw halts of stocks that were moving down after a couple of halts when they were moving up. Okay, but didn't see that many stocks being halted as their first halt on the way down. So this is an earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really, guys. Not that it wasn't that much action. The volume must have been too low. Did not see this in the pre-market, but this is an earnings play, PNT. Now look at we're getting a little bit of a schizo market. Look at that topping tail, that first 15 minutes. Look at that. Now we're getting the sell-off. Time is it now? 9:42. So we've got another little over 2 minutes for this bar to close. Will it close green? But look at the sell-off though. Look at the big topping tail. The sellers knocking it down. Sava, guys. Sava is moving here. Now, which this is the very controversial Alzheimer's play. Yeah, so Alzheimer's drug setback for Roche could help rivals. Okay. And that just absolutely clobbered this company, Morphosis, which is more clobbered them because of the tie-in with Roche. I guess a royalty deal. So that's my guess is that that's why Sava's moving higher, briefly anyway. Look at this market. My goodness, look at that topping tail for the SPY. Remember, it was nice and green all the way up. All right, GSUN, again, China, AT&T, China. Lu is China, LU. I mean, look how, boy, that's why, trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, classic topping tail, bottoming tail, all over the place, just like the SPY. Gotta let things settle down a little bit. BNT opened on the way down. AMC has not. Oh, it has resumed. I'm sorry, it has resumed. All right, MNSO. This is an earnings play. I didn't really see this in the pre-market. I don't know, maybe the volume wasn't that great, but MNSO probably not because there's 200,000 shares in that candle. It's only traded 247. Here's 29 here, so probably had hardly any volume in the pre-market. Anyway, MNSO is an earnings play through the 200-day on Friday, and looks like a decent little continuation. As always, look left to see where the next high is. So on the weekly chart, looks like the next high is far enough away, 974, 984. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but at least there appears to be some room to move. But don't you think it's a little more, well, the MOR, I think let me see now. Okay, if you're talking, I mean, they have earnings. You're talking about MOR? Oh, phase 3 failure. Um, yeah, but it's tied in with Roche. I don't think it's specific to them. It's tied in with Roche, as far as I can see. I mean, they had a big licensing deal with Roche. Anyway, the bottom line is disaster. Lifetime low. MNSO. Well, MNSO is definitely at the beginning anyway, definitely trading on its own. You see what the market's doing? Look at MNSO, doesn't care right now anyway, MNSO. Well, we are 15 minutes in. To see what direction the market might want. I mean, this is so the next, so this second candle now is red also. Meanwhile, this PCVX just is basing like mad. The big news a few weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, out of financing, and now just basing like mad. PCVX, not very much volume, but boy, oh boy, it has just remained steady through all the market gyrations. All right, let's see. Just trying to see if there's anything. I mean, the MNSO is it looks decent. I just can't chase it. I'd like to see maybe a little pullback or something, or a little bit of consolidation. I'm going to take this one. 87 million in the float, and it's a China stock, but again, it doesn't care because it has news on its own. And look at KWEB. So yeah, so that's classic. Okay, MNSO is a China stock. This is a good ETF for the China stocks. Look at its candles or what it has done in the first 15 minutes and look at what MNSO has done trading on its own. Alpha stock. Oh, here's another China stock, of course, XPAV. I'm sure LI and probably NIO are doing about the same thing. PACB has been all over the place. I keep kind of following this one. There's a big bottoming tail now, back over 10. I'm surprised it's that whippy, with 204 million. I'm talking about the PACB with the big float, 204 million in the float, but it trades like it's got 20 million in the float. Wow, what a great 4-day run this has been on. This GLYC, I would not have seen it this day. I wouldn't have seen it on Thursday, because I don't look at stocks under a dollar. But wow, what a run this one has been on. 70 cents, so it's basically doubled in 3 days. I mean, we're just barely into today's action, so doubled in 3 days through the 200-day moving average. Bum, okay, Bumble, BMBL. This was an earnings play, I think, on earnings play last week. There was a reaction, I believe, and still kind of strong. BMBL coming into the 200-day moving average, though, not that far away. Not huge volume for this one. It's a lit, but keep an eye on it. I mean, look what it's trying to do. Will it hold the 200-day moving average? ALIT, 200-day moving average is 841. I think it got right there, 845. So right into that area. Will it hold it and bounce from there? I don't see any specific news for it. Yes, I do. Company announced stock offering, 20 million share stock offering. So a financing. So that is hurting that stock right now, ALIT. I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, the next low underneath on the daily chart, 770. So takes out the 200-day. This has still got some room underneath. Be nice to know what the financing price is. I don't have a financing price. Yeah, I don't see a financing price. Meanwhile, AQN just keeps moving down. Yeah, Beyond Meat. Boy, Beyond Meat's having a nice resurgence. No matter what you think about it, it's having a nice resurgence. It had earnings on the 9th. Yeah, so it had earnings on the 9th, but the reaction was on the 10th because the earnings were post-market. And since then, it has gone from 12 to 16 something. Very nice move for Beyond Meat, BYND. Big area for to try to get through. I think the next high is 1651. Yeah, so big area. Wow. It's a classic though, guys, uh, second and third day continuation after earnings. What are my thoughts about PDSB? PDSB. Let's see. I had a news. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Okay, PDSB. Is it? Um. Okay. What did it hit pre-market? It got up to 787. So tailing off. I mean, that's the best we can say. It's a fairly low flow, 23 million. So you know it's going to be pretty volatile. I mean, maybe later if it can get back through seven. But right now, it is not enticing me. AQN, boy, oh boy, what a great short that was, guys. Yeah, Bumble on the move here. BMBL, BMBL. Coming right in. So if you took this one, you got to be aware of that 200-day moving average at 27.11. So you've got a couple of important, in my opinion anyway, couple of important data points. The whole number of 27, which is right near the 200-day. TBLT from Zach. Let's take a look at TBLT. So let's see, where could it keep going before it hits, well, as you know, for me, three, but let's see. Yeah, 297.3. Looks like there's some daily action right there. Lots of volume coming in, earnings play. Okay, guys, what the heck is this one? Callaway Brands. Is Eli still trading? Okay, so they must have changed their long time ago, I guess. Wonder why they did that. Anyway, MODG. This is so this started trading, I guess, as MODG back here, replacing Eli. Whoa, look at the market now. Oh, brother, look at this market. Look at how schizo it is. I mean, let's take a big look at the SPY. You see what I'm talking about? If you keep wondering, well, why am I saying this? Get a big SPY chart up here. This one can, it can be very difficult to trade depending if you, especially if you're in things that are kind of more or less trading with the market. So, I mean, we had a big topping tail up here. Remember, that was a nice green candle. Look, all right. And then sellers knocked it down here. Sellers got this candle all the way down there. Buyers took over, closed it here. And now the buyers, as we speak, look like they're trying to regain control. This is very, very Interesting action to say the least. All right, I guess I gotta click on this one. GME is, having a bit of a resurgence. How's AMC doing right now? Did it come back or is it not really? MODG looks like the next high is right around 22. If it can take out 22, and you've got 22.54 and you've got 23.20. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but yes, 3 strong days. And this is nothing to do with earnings. So the reaction would have been on the 4th, which is actually right there. So that is its earnings release day. Didn't do anything really. Well, it actually shouldn't say that. It popped up from yesterday, from the day before's close, held for 4 days basically, and then started running the last 2 days. And now look at this MODG. Very interesting. Look at this market. Okay, CABA, CABA. Didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. Why? Look how spotty it was in the pre-market. Market's open. Not a ton of volume, but there is some volume coming in. And don't see any specific news for CABA. We have a low float, 22 million in the float for CABA, CABA. And let's look left a little bit. Let me try to expand this daily chart, see what we see. Now I get go to a weekly chart. So this had a terrible week at the end of last year. In the December of last week, or last week, December of last year, had a terrible week. Is not really recovered. Trying to a little bit. I mean, over the last few weeks, this has gone from 73 cents to 267. Interesting. If you look at the weekly chart on this one, the next high in the weekly chart is around 3. So I don't see any specific news for it. Peloton, not dead. PTON. Look at PTON, guys. Yeah, I mean, the next high is around 11. So maybe coming into resistance. We looked at how whippy it was in the first 15 minutes. We had that big topping tail. We had a big bottoming tail. Now direction is a little bit more established, of course, with the market, trading with the market, basically trading with the market. Look at that opening 15-minute SPY candle, big topping tail, bottoming tail. Look at the U, big topping tail, bottoming tail. So this is trading with the market. So if you're going to be in U or something that trades with the market, best to have some kind of market indicator like the SPY, not indicator, but a chart, and kind of give you an idea. Yeah, Frey, I'm seeing Frey right here as a gap up and go, guys. Frey, I think this is an earnings play. Yes, it is. FREY, earnings play out of Luxembourg. So obviously this is I don't know where they're really out of, but for tax purposes. Wow, Tom Einar Jensen must be a relative somewhere down the road. Not too many Ainersons out there. Well, it's got some room too. 17 is the next, I think, is the next high looking left. Yeah, I mean 17. I mean there is 1519. I shouldn't say that. 1519 is the next high looking left. So this is an earnings play. It gets through 1519, then the next high is way up here around 17. Okay, so this is a bit of a reversal. Tremor, TRMR, trying to reverse a gap down and reverse. It's an earnings play. Okay. So looking at my gap continuation or reverse scanner right here, still has some action, not as much because we don't have as many earnings plays, but they don't all have to be earnings plays, of course, to make it into this scanner. But anyway, TRMR trying to do a bit of a gap down and reversal. And we have another halt. NW, wow, another one on the way down. So was this an IPO today or a symbol name change, uplisting, NWTN? If there's any news I can see. Shareholder approval and oh, this is the closing of the business combination. Not good. Look at this. So this is your news on it, okay? So it's starting to trade. So it was ESSC, and then they merged with NWTN. It's just not good at all. Not today, anyway. Of course, not shortable for most of us. Stock when it starts to trade under a new symbol, typically not shortable. Look at AQN. Hopefully, some of you guys got this. Talked about it in the pre-market. Multiple downgrades, at least 4 that I saw. I should have taken it in the pre-market, then I would have not had to worry about that uptick rule, but c'est la vie. Tremor guys, TRMR, gap down and reversal. Maybe going with the market here. Let's see how well this holds 7. The pre-market high looks like it was around 727, but of course it's got that massive potential gap to fill, but it is an earnings play. So I mean, obviously whatever they released, the market didn't like it. All right, this is almost basically a lifetime low now for SLS, but wait a minute, what do we see here? So I have a feeling what's happened here is that, and I'm sure CASA or CAM is probably trade. I seem to remember this changed symbol names and became SLS. The reason I say that is that we have a lifetime, it's basically at the lifetime low. The only thing I can think of is that this was well, probably multiple reverse splits. Let me do a monthly chart on this. That'll give me an idea. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay, so reverse split adjusted, this was, way up here, well, in fact, way up here, $656. Back it out just a little bit more, even more. Wow, okay, so that's the reason why it says 0%. Because remember, it's comparing what its lifetime, this was, reverse, like split adjusted. This was up at $5,300. I wasn't, hope you understand what I'm talking about. Split adjusted, that would be what it would be, split adjusted. So that's why it says 0%, because I mean, obviously, $5,300 and the actual low, looks like the actual lows are down here, 176. But if you take exponentially, that is basically right at 0%. This is almost getting to be a lifetime low though, AQN, and this is not split adjusted. Look at the float, 677 million. That's a boy. Wonder why? What happened? November 11th pre-market, so it had earnings. This was its earnings release, and then today it got clobbered. Okay, so now this is a topping play from Zach, FREY. I would call this definitely for advanced users only in terms of trying to figure out tops and bottoms. Tops short. Something has gone a little bit parabolic. Look at this market. So right now, though, I wouldn't be looking necessarily to short tops if the market's doing this. But bounce plays. My goodness, bounce plays 1247. Yeah, bounce play should be working quite nicely with the market doing this. All right, guys, deep in thought. Look at this market. Wow. So we have a bit of a disconnect in the market, just a little one. The Dow was up 100, Nas is down 54. SPY is basically flat. So the SPY is basically where it closed on Friday. Okay, guys. So I've been keeping an eye on this small gap breakout. Okay, this is something. It's on my homepage yet. Might get gentlemen to add it to my homepage when we take a look at my homepage later. So what this is looking at, a lot of people get upset is too strong a word, but a lot of stocks that we see, especially when we're looking at the pre-market actives, they've already gone up 10, 20%. It doesn't mean they can't keep going up or they can pull back and then keep moving. But what this does is this restricts the gap to no more than 1% either on the upside or the downside. Okay, so you look at ARLP, there's where it closed on Friday on 21, and there's where it opened, basically kind of opened where it closed, but certainly within 1%. And on the downside, the same thing. It cannot be less than 1% or more than 1% below its close. Okay. So it restricts the gap. Then later on, though, it has to be, well, instead of explaining it, I'll show you what the filters are. So there's the gap. Stock where the open was no more than 1% above the previous close, no more than 1% below the previous close. Okay, so it's within 1% of the close, but it is starting to move now. It's at least 3% now from the opening trade. And with all these other filter requirements met, if the stock makes a new high of the day or new low of the day, we get the alert. So a lot of these are stocks that, again, the gap has been restricted, but maybe they really start moving once the market opens, of course. So I would share that one. I have not created a race out of it. No, but you could. You want it? You could create a race out of it. See what happens. So here it is. Small gap breakout shared. Okay, and you can create a race out of it. Well, you're going to have to know how to take those take those filter values and put them into a top list window. Will take that long. I mean, I know there's another way to do it a little more easily, but this is what I would create: one race for the highs and one race for the lows if you want, but probably mainly for the highs. I don't seem to get too many lows. These are the filters, and you just create a top list out of it and then launch a race from it. I may do it later on. Boy, you haven't seen this one for a while. The shift, I gotta say really carefully, Shift Pixie. Haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see this, I mean, this got all the way up to about, yeah, $45 back here. I can't remember exactly why. It's probably just one of those, maybe a meme stock, or, some group got a hold of it that day. Of course, it's sold way off. But then it came back, after this, $12, and then, a couple days later, back up to 40. So this is on the move again, low float. That's the reason. Yeah, very, very, very low float. Half a million in the float, so you have to be extremely careful. I don't see any specific reason on it. Usually there's no reason for this. Yeah, they're trying to make it hard to trade. When I say they, there's a spread 218, 2218, 2250 bid ask. So I mean it's very difficult to commit. If you want to take this trade, you're going to have to go in right at the high here. Sometimes you can try Interactive Broker. Again, this is really a bad spread. I'm just going to shy away from it. Interactive Brokers has a midpoint that you can try, but now this could be an interesting one. Look at this one, HRT higher right. Okay, HRT. Why could it be interesting? Well, look at the high over here, 997. The high today, it got to 1006. So what I'd be doing is I'd be putting a price alert around 10, okay, and see if it takes it out again. Because if it does, look left. What do you see? You see, the next high is 1337. So again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. But it may not get back over 10 today, but stick your price alert at 10. Maybe it happens tomorrow. At least you'll know about it. Blue, let's take a look at blue from Zach. Yeah, it looks like the next high is around 818. Okay, so you know what? I think there were shorts for this one at Interactive Brokers. I don't, but they've been all scooped up. FREY. Now this looks interesting as a short. You got these two topping tails now on the 15-minute chart, and it's just underneath the whole number, and maybe trying to trade a little bit with the market. So this is an earnings play, but it basically followed the market, even though it's an earnings play. It kind of followed the market. Look at that red bar, and then two green bars here, and now this big topping tail on the SPY, topping tail here. But I cannot short it because these shorts have been scooped up now at Interactive Brokers. Wow, look at this one. TG. Remember this one? Yeah, on Thursday and Friday. Big mover, TGTX. This was an earnings play. However, 824, the next low looking left, takes out 9. It's got some room underneath. Yeah, this looks really weak now, guys. The Fray, FREY, just don't have shorts for it. Pretty sure anybody with IB, we were looking at this one earlier, pretty sure there were shorts available. Okay, well, China stocks now. Look at this. Look at the China stocks. Most of them are probably going to look like KWeb. Little rally here. How was the trade of the week doing? NRDS, Nerd Wallet. Okay, so it has officially triggered. You know, how you trade it is going to be up to you, of course. I kind of see what Steve is looking at. So the trigger was 13. Obviously, it got over, it's at 13 now. But again, how you trade it will be up to you. He's probably looking at a long bigger picture, maybe a break of 14 down the road. Remember, these are designed for longer term holds. Take a look at the weekly chart. And give me a moment, please. All right, let's take a look at Urenda. Man, I haven't seen Urenda in a long time. This used to be super active. YRD, another China stock, came from basically under $1 last week. YRD. Just give me a moment here. Guys, I'll be right back, okay? Sorry, but I'll just be right back. A couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, I maybe keep an eye on this ARLP if it takes out 22 again. Okay, I'm going to stick a price alert around 22.05. And the reason I'm doing that is because it does have a little bit of room to the 25 level. Okay, and this showed up on the small gap breakout. However, look at this market, man. Oh man, this is it's difficult to trade when the market's doing this. And if you're trying to trade things that are, most things will follow the market. Most stocks will follow the market. But obviously, if they have specific news then they won't follow the market as closely. But right now, you've got to be so aware of what the overall market's doing. Nicely done, Zach. I know you mentioned this one earlier, TBLT, three level. This is an earnings play. Now, that's my weekly chart. Back to my daily. So it's right at that level, 306. If it can take 306 out, there's another 306, I believe, 309. There's 303. Then after that, it's got some room. It is an earnings play. This was super active in the past. You can see right here, 12 million in the float. Look at the volume, 23 million. So it's going to ease. Well, it's traded the float right now, just about double. Probably at the end of the day, maybe 3 or 4 times the float. All right, guys. Just going to spend a little bit of time now talking about trade ideas in general. And I always start off with my homepage. All right, I put my homepage link in. Now, the other thing I'm going to put in, because this promo code is still alive, still active. Let me just put this in underneath. The reason I do that is because that promo code's not on my homepage right now. So, okay, if you click on my homepage link, and there's the promo code to use, Vets Day 20 for 20% off. Because this is what you'll see. Obviously, do not use that promo code. You'll only get 15% off. So use that promo code I just put in, Vets Day, all in caps 20. You get 20% off. Probably over tonight. When I say probably, it will expire tonight. This is how much Trade Ideas cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium annual is 2,000 less than 20%. The standard is 1,000 less than 20%. My advice, do not take on an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product, okay? You can always start off with a monthly, 118, 228 standard premium. You'll get the 20% off discount for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, if you take out a subscription today and then within 30 days you decide you wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 20%. The big difference in premium and standard is the AI of having a great start today. Can change your turn around, of course, but that's the main difference. Again, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the Let's Get Started, I'll show you where that is also in our in the education section, but that's the Let's Get Started. About 10 there are 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to get going. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. And today's trade of the week is NRDS, considered live at 13. How you trade it, of course, will be up to you. This is a free service. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder, or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Here's the education section I was talking about. Well, if you click on the user guide, there's that getting started, okay? Now, at the let's just take a look at it. So there's a download, an installation, your first startup and login, etc. Okay? Please do that first. Now I know they're in that setup or getting started section, there is, there's information about alert windows and top list windows, but this, in the user guide, obviously goes into a lot more detail. So make sure you understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. All here. Obviously, more information in our user guide, but don't get overwhelmed by all the other information. Make sure you understand again alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. Daily support, I'm going to have to revise that. Chris is no longer doing it 3:30 to 4:30. Okay, Monday to Friday. We're stopping that. But the daily support sessions between 12 and 1 Eastern. So I take a break between 12 and 1, and then one of the other traders does take over for me. Today is Monday, so this is actually Chris's day, between 12 and 1. Tomorrow there's another trader. Actually, I want to. I'm going to have to get the gentleman who looks after my homepage to get rid of that. Daily webinars. You can sign up for them all here. Back to basics. Back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, introduction to charts and candlestick support and resistance. So if you're brand new to trading, this is a great free resource. Take advantage of it. Just give me a moment here. Just give me one moment, please. Give me one moment. I just have to the gentleman who looks after my homepage to do a delete. Okay, so that takes care of that. Now, next, my homepage, my links. So if you click, sorry, my scans, okay, these are my scans, the links of my scans. So these are the two races that you see. I'll go over racing in a bit. Those are the two races that you do see. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. I do have some other scans. The halts resumes, I mean, it's a scan, but it just lets you know when a stock has been halted and then when it resumes. Momo, momentum, I'm going to show you the channel that comes from. I mentioned Zach's bouncers and toppers. I consider this for experienced traders only. The 10-day daily breakouts and down. Don't give us too many alerts, but some of them are awesome, like the AQN. Okay. So here are the scans that I am sharing. So this room is a free room. Now, one of the ways we can help keep the room free, if you save my link and you do take out a subscription using my promo code, it just tells the company that the room is being used, etc. And yes, I do get a little commission from it. Okay, so if you save my link and you take out a subscription, that helps the room. And also, I mean, you can. I change my scans from time to time, and also that big education section. So my homepage, I think, has got lots of great information on it. So save my link, and then you can always refer to it. Give me a moment as I size my screen or my window. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Okay, doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I'm sharing some of my scans, right? But there are a lot of other scans that we have. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar. So all these channels you see here, these are theme-based channels. We've got a pre-market channel, some stock racing based on price and volume, etc. Okay, I'd like to show you the momentum channel. So here, wow, look at that TBLT now. Great call by Zach early on, eyeing $3. Well, it eyed it and went past it. So here is this is an alert window. So what is it looking for? And that, again, this is a layout, a momentum layout, what we call it. This is sort of the what I call the driver behind it. So if I right click, configure, just like my scans that I'm sharing, you do the same thing. And then summary, this is going to tell you what it's looking for. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, okay? A lot of companies say they're screeners. They are screeners, but we're more than a screener. We're a scanner. What happens here is the screening aspect is okay, if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least three, trading at least three times normal, etc. These are kind of the cool metrics here. It has to be trading at least 1,000% of normal in the last minute and 400% in the last 5 minutes. Typically, when you see something appearing in this momentum scan, you're going to see a big volume burst also. Now, again, this is the scan that I'm sharing on my homepage. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Now that the last alert happened at 10:40. It's 10:44 right now. Okay, well, that's the last alert. There hasn't been one since then, and met all the filter requirements. So if you like this one, in general, because I am sharing this one, but if you went to the different scans or the different channels and you saw something you liked, and you want to make it part of your layout, all you have to do is this. Again, this is all in the guide, okay? I'm just going over this, relatively quickly, just give you an overview. So if I right click on this scan and I duplicate it into a free floating window. So what I'm doing is I'm taking it out of this layout. I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. It popped on one of my other monitors. So here it is, free floating, right? Free floating. If you like this scan exactly the way it is, you can right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. However, if you want to make a change, and obviously with my scans too, you right click, configure, summary, and again, this is what it's looking for, but you might want a different price range. So for instance, I can left click on that icon and all of the filters that are being used will pop up. Then you see where it says price, 1 in 50. I can change it to say 10 and 100. If I click on OK, see how it is now changed to 10 100. I say OK again. Now I've changed it. So if you like it exactly the way it is, you can just save it to the cloud, or you can make your change and then save it to the cloud. Okay, it's up to you. Now, when you make a change in the channel, while you're in the channel, that change is saved. Okay, but if you leave the channel and come back, you might go, "Hey, wait a minute, how come my save is not changed?" And the reason is because the channels are for everybody. Let's take a look at CLSD. Just made a new high. Okay, you can't quite see the volume. This is a 15-minute chart, but if I had a 1-minute chart, you probably see a nice big volume pop. So remember, that's what we're really good at, creating real-time price alerts. Now, on this particular scan, it's looking for a new high of the day. Just to give you an idea, though, of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. I right-click, configure. Now click on search. When you see these icons, new high, new low, etc., these icons, these are all real-time alert that you can use. And when I scroll down And here are the filters, all the filters that you can use. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Why we have so many is that when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they tried to create as many alerts and filters, as possible, so that the vast majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scan. Okay, you don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up like that. We get a lot of people say, "Oh, how can I learn your program? Look at all the alerts and filters you've got." You don't have to learn them all. Just like in the guide, you don't have to learn everything in a guide. Our guide, or you can look at Microsoft Word. I mean, do you think you have to learn everything in that guide? Of course not. So those are the all. So if you go through the different channels, you're going to find all sorts of different scans. But I do caution you: do not overload yourself with so many scans. The reason being is that you don't want to have like 10 alert windows and 10 top list windows and 5 races and all that. You'll get nothing done. You're going to have to figure out a way to determine what is really important to me, to whittle it down. That's why I think the racing is really, really a great way, especially if you're starting out, to focus on one scan, maybe a couple of races, and that's it. And I'll explain what I mean. Give me a couple of minutes here. In fact, I'll do it right now. So the races are all based on a top list window, okay? And I'm sharing these 2 races. Wow, this is his MMAT. It's been a little bit, it had a nice, it looked like it might have challenged 2. Look what it got down to, right back down to 124. But it is starting to move again today. The reason why this one looked really interesting, if you look at a weekly chart, you can kind of see that it had room to the $2 level, okay? And it almost got up there, up to, well, not quite, 163, but it just did not want to keep going. So the races. All races start from a top list window. I'm going to open the top list window that this race is based on, the biggest gainers from the open. Doesn't matter all these symbols here. It's irrelevant right now, okay? The top list window, before we had races, this is how a top list window could be used. Depending on the column headers that you had in your top list window, you could sort on the different column headers. So if I wanted to sort on the change from the close, I double left click rapidly. This is telling me that TBLT is up the most, 44%. Now I should say this also. These are the filters that I'm using. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and traded at least 200,000 shares and up 2% from the close, those are the filters that I'm using, the screening that I'm using, okay? So if all those filter values are met, and I click on the change from the close, this tells me as long as all those filter values are met, the ones that are up the most from the close. If I double left click on the open, rapidly, TBLT up 20% from the opening trade, its opening trade, teed up, etc. So I mean that's great, but how are you gonna use that to trade? Okay, I mean it's nice maybe to see all this, but how are you going to use this to trade? Does that mean I should trade SNLA right now? I mean, click on it. I mean, it's looking, this is an IPO from a couple of days ago, but the thing is that how are you going to really use this to trade? And that's where the races come in. So, excuse me. In this particular race that I'm sharing, it's a 4-minute race. So we're a minute and a half into this 4-minute race. Why is people, this is a warrant. Let's take a look at HRT. Why is HRT at 2.6% near the top of what I call the leaderboard? Okay, and you'll see, during the duration of the race, and stocks will move up and down, up and down, up and down. So what that is telling me is that since the race started, so almost 2 minutes ago, this HRT has moved the most. I mean, the warrant here, this PSNYW has moved the most, but a lot of people won't trade warrants, but there's the MMAT, okay? So the HRT has moved the most since the race started. You could never tell that here. I mean, where is HRT? Here. I don't even know where it is. Doesn't matter. It's way down somewhere. And that's what I'm saying is that some stock down here, CVI, which is right now at 5.5% above the open, what if all of a sudden it just starts to move? It's at 8%, it's at 10%, it's at 12%. You're just staring at the top here, you'd never know that. And that's what the race is. It lets you know the stocks that are moving the most, assuming all the filter requirements have been met. So at the end of the race, a winner will be declared. And that's where this top 10 list comes into play. And that's why I think it's so important if you're new to trading. It gives you just a finite, like a very, 10 stocks maybe to watch all day long. And it doesn't mean that you have to wait for a race to be over. If you see something that is starting to move up the leaderboard, click on it. You just click on it and see what's happening. There's real right now. Where's real today? There's real starting to move. Does it, maybe if it takes out 185, maybe check to see if there's any news. Okay, so you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on something. BCLI, what's happening? I mean, you can see this BCLI, if it ever took out 186, it has the earnings. Actually, it's an earnings play today, really. It's an earnings play today. But, I mean, if it ever took out this, I don't know what happened here on this day, but if it ever took out 184, look left. I mean, look how much room it potentially could start to fill in here. And that's why you've got to practice trading. Okay, you have to. That's why we have that course that Michael Knotts put together. If all of this, seems so bewildering, and of course it would. If you've never traded before, this is all very, it's probably overwhelming. So over the course of the day, this is a top 10 list that is created, and pretty simple. If you look at HRT, it's won 3 races. That's why it's at the top, tied with SNAL. Okay, but take a look at TSHA as an example. It's in the 8th position. It's tied with a bunch of others that only won 1 race. Click on it, see what it's doing. You might look at this and go, boy, if this ever took up the high of the day, 246, maybe I want to know about it. So you can create a price alert. Right click, create that price alert. You'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. So if this takes out 246, we'll know about it because the price alert window will pop up on the screen. Or you might say, you know what, I'd rather take it on a pullback. Look at all these little lows there. Maybe I take it on a pullback to a certain moving average. So I'm going to put an alert, right click, 228. Another blue line will appear. So I sort of bracketed right now, maybe interesting level. Okay. So that's why I'm saying don't lose sight of these just because they're not haven't won a race and maybe it's only won 1 race and it doesn't matter. It was interesting at one stage when it did this. You never know later on in the day when it could resume. Get enthusiasm back, some buying coming in, etc. And all of this is in the guide. When I say all of this is in the guide, how to create a race from scratch, using a top list window. I'm just going over briefly, what the idea of using a race. You should be able to just do this. Here's the momentum channel. I just right click, duplicate it. Okay. And then right click. You have to go to properties. Yeah. That's the problem. Not the problem. It's not like an alert window. So once you've duplicated it, okay, and then right click and then go to properties and then window name. And then you can type in another name. Okay, so again, the duplication procedure is exactly the same. Right click, uh, or duplicate. So here it is duplicated. So does that answer your question, Chandru? And then right click, go to properties and then window name. I wish it were the same as the way in which you create another name in a top list window or an alert window, but it isn't. So before I move on, just want to make sure you got that. Oh, you want to duplicate all windows in a channel, so not just one. You just don't want to duplicate the a multi-strategy window. Okay, well, let's see what we can do. So let's go to momentum, duplicate. Okay, so if I duplicate it, there it is, and then I can just change. Oops, getting this exception. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it, and then change the title. Okay, that you shouldn't get that error, but it's not. It's an error, but it's easy to. Now, if you just want to give it another name without duplicating it, you can just, if you had this momentum and you just wanted to give it another name, then you just right click and change the title. I don't think it, but it will not change the title here. Okay. But remember, this is for everybody. Okay. Got it? Okay. Yeah. Well, hopefully it's your AQN. Let's see if you can. I don't ever do that, but let's just see if you can. So I'll duplicate it. All right, duplicate it. No, typically that's not what you want to do, but you can, yeah, you can't in a multi-strategy window, you can. Now, this is another race, guys. Okay, and it's very similar to this race here, the biggest gainers from the open. This is all I did was I added a couple of filters, important ones though, because you'll notice that you probably will not see the biggest. You won't see big, huge percentage moves in this one. Why? Because I added a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million shares. So, you're not going to see typically biggest percentage moves that you're going to see over here. This is way more volatile. This one is way more volatile than this. So if you're starting out, you may want to pay more attention to the large cap gainers because it's just not as volatile. Give me a moment, guys. I got to help gentleman who looks after my homepage. So, oh man, well, it was a good idea, guys. AQN, 4 downgrades in the pre-market, probably more, but that was from briefing.com. Nice short from Zach's topping scan, just no shorts available for me. Let's see what I just put DSKW. Must be another symbol. Is it DKSW? DSKE, okay. Yeah, interesting one. This is from Ija in the YouTube room. Yeah, okay, the volume's okay. Basing nicely. There's the VWAP right there, holding the VWAP. Any specific news? Rally on a buyback, a founder's stake. Trucking company, a deal to buy founders. Okay. Well, this is another one of those choppy days in the market, guys. Look at the SPY if you have, bring up a 15-minute chart. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. Direction. It's really can whip you in and out of trades, especially if you are in a stock that more or less follows what the market's doing. All right, guys. Let's see, 11:06. It's been a fast morning for me, anyway. Or this TBLT is still strong, guys. That float is certainly helping it. What did I say was the next high looking left? 328. Yeah, 344. So I mean, it's got still a little bit of room. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Lots of shares available. So at some point, not saying now, this might turn into an attractive short. Well, look at this one, guys. TELUS, not TELUS, TELOS, TLS. Um, three high is $5 yesterday, Friday. Well, yesterday, Friday, the last day of trading. And boy, I mean, if this was must have been an earnings play on the ninth. Yeah. So this was a reaction to earnings, got horrible, knocked down. So this was Wednesday. Thursday action, nothing. Friday trying to recover, and today trying to recover still. And that is the TLS. So just stick a price alert. Price alert at yes at Friday's high, 502. See if it takes it out today, tomorrow, in the future, sometime. Okay, let's take a trade in the simulator, guys. So have the simulator up and running. First of all, you can't be using our web-based version. Right now, the web-based version has no racing and it doesn't have this Brokerage Plus window. To get the Brokerage Plus window up and running, click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, now if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within. Trade Ideas, okay? But again, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to that feature, that option. Remember, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. I like to demonstrate its use though, and this is all in the guide, okay? I like to demonstrate its use though as a simulator, paper trader. When you load it, it'll say not connected. If you look beside the ask, there should be a box. Now, if you don't see anything, you're gonna have to stretch the window out. Okay, just grab the right-hand corner and just stretch it out, okay? So it'll say not connected, and then all you do is you click on SIM underneath Brokerage Plus. That'll change to account. It will change to account. Once it changes to account, you click on it, and then simulated trading default will pop up. Now you're in our simulator. Now, why you see this one, the ABSI, this is something that, when I was demonstrating the use of the simulator, I was just showing how you can take a trade. And because I didn't get out of the trade on Friday, this is how you can practice swing trading. You want to practice swing trading in the simulator? Super simple. You just don't, take some trades and don't exit them at the end of the day. So let's take a look at something. CCO. Let's take a look at CCO. So if I wanted to take this trade, talk a little bit about money management. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go right in at the market. The spread is fine. So I click the buy button and then I click send. And you'll see it'll appear up here. So it took the trade at 118. I'm going to put a stop at 98 cents. I'll explain why I'm doing that. You'll see a red line will appear on the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. There we go. In fact, it'll say exactly minus 100. Okay, you can't see it on the 15, but there it is on the daily. So why does it say that? Well, first of all, the way look at the SPY, guys. Holy smokes. It's hard to trade today, guys, if you're not trading something that's really trading on its own. And even those ones can be affected by what the market's doing. So a real difficult day we've got going here overall. So the way I trade is that I'm actually always looking for reasons not to take a trade. So I'll have I'll have a sort of a checklist that I have to check every box before I take a trade. It doesn't matter what my checklist is. Some of the things that I'm always looking for. I want to make sure it's in the right price range for me, minimum volume for me, relative volume for me. But you have to develop your own style. So assuming I can check everything, then I will take the trade. But how many shares am I going to take? Well, that's going to be dictated by how much I'm actually planning to risk, the dollar amount I'm willing to risk on the trade if it doesn't work. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100. So in other words, if the trade doesn't work, I'm gonna hopefully the max I'm gonna lose is $100. So how do I put, and that's the stop. So I put a stop at 98 cents. Now, I only did that to make the math easy. Typically, the way I place stops is, I'll look at a 15-minute chart and look where I think there's a support area, and that's where I'll put my stop. In other words, I don't want it, if it breaks down through that, I want to be out of the trade. Now, if I were brand new to trading, I would probably do something like maybe putting the low of the previous 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle as my stop. The reason being is that my idea of support and your idea of support may be very different. But it is, the low of the 5-minute candle, the 15-minute candle, that is a definite number. There's no guesswork there. So I would try that. Practice in the simulator. Put a stop at the previous 5-minute candle. Practice. See what happens. Now the way I trade is I don't vary how much I'm risking per trade by much. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next, etc. Okay, I try to keep it about the same as best I can for every trade. So how do I do that? Well, I'm always going to be varying the number of shares I take, because how many shares I take, why I took 500 for demonstration purposes. If you look at the entry was 118 and you look at my stop that I placed was 98 cents, there's a 20-cent difference. So if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade and I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. Well, that's why I took 500 shares. So I hope it makes sense that, obviously my risk amount or the difference in my entry and my stop is not always going to be 20 cents. It's going to be who knows what it's going to be. All depends on the chart, a few other things. So that's why my share amount is always going to vary. So that's one thing. Next thing, obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard. First of all, if you cannot make money in the simulator, you can't, forget about trying to trade live. I know everybody wants to, you want to fund your account and then you want to start trading immediately. Don't do it. You're going to have to practice trading. How long? I don't know. It could be 3 months, could be 6 months. It depends on, how quickly you pick things up, how many charts you see, and, how well, quite frankly, how you pick things up, how quickly you start picking things up, how quickly you start seeing things. So let's say, you've spent 3 months in a simulator and now you're starting to make money pretty consistently. Now you're ready to attach to your live account. Well, one of the hard things is that when you start trading, I mean, when to obey your stop in a simulator is no big deal. It's just play money, right? Problem is when you start trading, sometimes it's really difficult, even though you built up a great routine and you had great discipline in the simulator. Sometimes it's really hard to follow once you have real money on the line. You get into a trade and like this one right here, and it starts moving down towards your stop price. You can't believe it. Maybe, one of the boxes I have to check is not news, but maybe it's even got great news. Maybe, the whole room is talking about it. And yet it starts to move down to your stop price. You can't believe it. So you disobey it. You disobey your stop price. You think, it's going to come back. So that $100 manageable loss turns into two, three, four, $500 before you finally kick yourself and sell it. And you say, why did I not obey my stop? And you guys know what's coming next. Almost as worse is watching your $100 manageable loss turn into two, three, four, $500, and then it does turn around on you, and now you're up two, three, $400, and you say, "Wow, I'm so glad I did not obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But in my opinion, if you want to last, doing this, you really have to have great money management discipline. And for me, obeying my stop is the number one rule I never break. Never, 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 never a break. If I get stopped out, I can always get back into the trade later. I mean, commissions are so cheap, that's not an issue. Perhaps I was just a little bit early in the setup. Maybe the market turned against me. Right when I took the trade, the market looked good, and then all of a sudden the market turned against me. I can always get back into the trade. If it sets up again in a similar way, try it again. That's why practice in the simulator. Hey guys, that's it. In terms of my, I can't, I know people are listening and they say, okay, that all makes sense, but I can almost guarantee you that some of the trades you're going to take when you're finally live, you'll disobey your stop because you get stubborn, or it's an ego thing. It's almost an ego thing. You can't believe it. You think, man, how could I have been so wrong? Or it's going to come back. You just keep convincing yourself that it's going to come back. We've all been in this situation. I didn't start off right from the beginning. I didn't even know what a stop was. But I just assumed, if I took a trade, it was going to work and I would just have to give it time. Yeah, time, years later. But seriously, I mean, we've all been there though, and it's a horrible feeling. Your body has its, what is it, sympathetic reaction, and it's a horrible feeling. Yeah, and it's not exactly Barry, other Barry with a Y. Yeah, it's not a loss if you haven't sold out. If you haven't taken your loss yet, then it's not a loss. That's what you try to convince yourself of. All right, guys, let's get back to taking a look at stuff. Mentioned this one earlier, the Alit. One moment, I'll be right back. So again, if you want to practice swing trading, you can. Just don't exit the trade at the end of the day. But swing trading in this environment, I don't know, pretty sketchy. Obviously, there are certain stocks that look at AQ and wow, had a little bit of a bounce here, but boy, just continuing straight down again. By the way, Imran, hopefully you heard my answer. You asked about sorting columns in a multi-strategy window. Why would you want to do that? I'm just trying to think of why you would want to do that. I will always want to have the time as the column. Well, in theory that it's sorted on, but it's automatic because I always want to see the last alert. Why would you want to be able to sort columns? Just out of curiosity, that's all. If you can still hear me. AQN now underneath 8. Almost a lifetime low now. Almost a lifetime low. I don't know when that lifetime low was, but basically there, 0.4%. Yeah, you've got some topping tails now for TBLT, 329-ish or so. But you also have some bottoming tails, maybe not quite as big as the topping tails, but right now it's still pretty strong. Well, I can see a Chicktown guy. I can see in a top list. I mean, that's the whole idea of a top list. But in an alert window, I don't know. I've never, in the 12 years I've had the program, I don't think I've ever sorted in an alert window. Certainly not a well, you can't in a multi-strategy. The sorting to me is great in a top list window to see that sort of stuff, but not so much in an alert window. But hey, listen, I mean, everybody's different. You can sort in you can sort in an alert window. VTRS. Let's see, do I see VTRS anywhere? Yeah, I'm not showing up here because it hasn't moved, I guess, that much, but I mean, this had a great day. I mean, this is the earnings. This is its earnings day right there on the 7th last week through the 200 day held. And so kind of lifting a little bit off that 200 day VTRS. So I see this NWTN has been halted several times, up and down, up and down. IPO, or I don't think it's an IPO. I think what's happened. No, yeah, right. This is the SPAC turned into NWTN, not doing well at all. Wow. Look at AQN continuing down, guys. AQN continuing down. Yeah. Have my views on AMC, but you know what? You know, obviously it did pop, but anyway, I mean, yeah, today up 6% and it's had a nice little run. But remember from where it has come from. Okay. But anyway, you guys want to trade AMC, go for it. And I'm not picking on you specifically, Dwayne, of course. Yeah, this TVLT still looks strong. I mean, it's maybe if it takes out 306, I want to know about it. But there's the VWAP also, guys, 297. I think it's got to take out the VWAP. You want to short this one, it's going to have to take out the VWAP. So there it is at 295. I'll stick an alert there. Now, I haven't talked about our histogram a bit, so I like to look at this certainly in the afternoon, and but later as more data is being filled in. So what this is, and don't ask me, I don't know when it's going to become available, and and in what format. I just don't know yet. But what this is showing you, the theory is this: bar like this, which is just happening, but I can see it's been kind of moving up and down. So this is the ratio between bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. Okay, so if the ratio is high, bulls over bears, that's when you get a big candle like this, or a big volume bar like this or just a bar like this on the histogram. But if it was dropping, that means that there'd be more bearish candles, stick patterns than bullish. That's the theory. Okay. So right now, if you're in this trade and you're seeing this action here, in theory, there'd be no reason to get out of the trade yet. Okay, because this is still showing us that there are still stronger bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. Okay, that's in a nutshell what this is showing. Now, is it bulletproof? Of course not. Here's a lit, and when you look at this, now what this might be showing us, okay, is that the bullish patterns outweighing the bearish. Okay, so what this might be showing us is maybe a bit of a bottoming being set. Maybe, look at this, the increasing, maybe a bit of a bottom, and look at the market. I mean, maybe it's following the market pretty closely. But this is just an indicator, okay? And I'm finding that it's a very interesting indicator. But as always, it's not the be all and the end all. You still have to look at other aspects. So for instance, when I look at ALIT, yeah, this might be increasing. It might be looking increasingly bullish. However, look where the VWAP is, right above it, 845. I would not take this trade. I don't care what this is telling me right now. I wouldn't take the trade. Maybe if it takes up the VWAP and this continues, sure. So that's why it's very important to just use it as maybe a bit of a guide, but you also have to take in other factors. That I don't know, Simon. I don't know regarding. It's interesting because what was the one I did it on the weekend, or not on Friday? What was the one I did on Friday? Uh, this is killing me, guys. AQN, it's killing me. Well, I can't remember the one I did. It was actually my when I highlighted my stock or my 12 o'clock stock that I picked and I did a video on it. But what was interesting is that the histogram was increasing, the volume was not. In fact, it was dropping. It didn't matter. That's why I know Michael said it, who developed it, it does not have a volume component in it. But anyway, I mean, could it? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see this in the pre-market. Must have been the volume was too light or something because it's had a nice move. It is an earnings play, as Zach has pointed out. IMMR, and what's the float? Yeah, 31 million, so it's not crazy low, certainly not high though. But we sort of look at the histogram here, you know, it's looking sort of bearish. How I think the histogram really can help is when you're in a trade already and then you're following, what the histogram is sort of telling you. A lot of times you can get, like I'm, a good example. I can get a little bit jumpy when I'm in a trade and I get a little bit of a downturn. I think, man, I better get out or at least get out some. But if the histogram is telling me that, we still have those, really nice big bullish patterns versus bearish, this has been able to keep me in trades a lot longer when I'm in the trade already. You know what it was? It was Indy. That was what I highlighted on Friday. So you can kind of see, look, I mean, if I get a big, and again, I mean, this is one chart, but look what was happening here when this was running. Okay, eventually the volume started to pick up a bit, but look what was happening here. The volume was going down, down, down. It was really nothing. Yet it was running, starting to run, run, run. I mean, eventually this volume helped, obviously, but until then, I mean, the volume was actually dwindling. So I'm not saying they're all going to look like this, but look at the histogram. Yeah, I mean, look at the histogram. Look what's happening with that histogram. Increasing, increasing, even though the volume wasn't really doing much. So that's why I'm not 100% sure that, a volume component needs to be placed in there. Long as the stock is, trading enough. Okay, guys, PDSB earnings play curling up now. And the high in the pre-market was 788 or so. So it's got some room and it's an earnings play, holding the VWAP, holding all these, the ADMA and the NSMA. And it's a low float, 23 million in the float. Look at this buy now. Look at this big green bar being put in here now, guys. You're really, really choppy action today. Really choppy action. Yeah, it's hard to believe that float is only 63,000 for SNAL. Let me see if that information has even hit the other those other websites that I do track. Yeah, so that float is the same as Yahoo's float. It's just hard to believe that it's that low, but so I'm looking at Wall Street Journal and Morning and Ameritrade has no information. Invis at 6 million, 4.2 for Morningstar. Yahoo at 63,000. So that's why people, they get a little upset with us. They say, "How come your float figure is so far off?" Well, all depends on, whose data are you going to believe? Quite frankly, there are all sorts of different data providers for floats. Very difficult to find, the true information for something this new. Geo. Okay, let's take a look. Prison stock. GEO. Aha, yeah, I see what you're news. Scion Management. I guess that's Bury. Basically got to the high of the previous 2 days. Maybe just poked a little bit above it. But if it really wants to get going, then it's got 955 as the next high looking left for Geo, GEO. Now, if I want to get out of a trade in this simulator, all I have to do is highlight the trade and then click on the flatten, or I can get it a half, or I could double my position, okay? Or of course I could go to the box here and pick exactly how many shares I want to get out and the price. All right, guys. Well, it's been a fast morning for me anyway on a Friday morning, or sorry, Friday morning. I wish Monday morning. Take a look at glue. Yeah, so this is not an earnings play. Yeah, glue. Well, some nice histogram action right there. What's the spread like? You can't trade it. 10:02, 10:44. At least I can't trade it. 10:02, 10:42. I mean, they just you see that sort of and that this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue box, nothing to do with trade ideas. It's just the time and sales. But I mean, they make it so it's almost impossible to trade. And then look how it just dropped, 984, 994. You got to be so careful. That's why I just shy away from something like that. Gaming stock, PENN, PENN. This is showing up on Zach's bounce or topping plays. Look at this SPY. Look at this now. Another big topping tail forming on the SPY. Oh, look at this one. Go DCGO. This has come from a few days ago, 711 up to 870 through the 200-day, straight up today. Not a ton of volume, 230,000 shares, not a ton of volume, but what a move. Now, good spread, 869, 871. So even though the volume is light, the spread is not bad. And when you look left, wow, is that right? Well, the next high looking left is 926. So a couple of things you can do. You can say, well, you know what? I don't want to chase it. Maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP area, which is 845, I want to know about it. Well, you can set a price alert right there and see if that happens. But this has still got some room. DCGO had earnings on the 7th post market. So that was the earnings reaction right there on that day, that candle. So it actually got down to 699, closed at 780, and it dropped the next day. And then that's Thursday, Friday, today. And that histogram's going crazy. Except, yeah, I don't have any explanation why it stops. I'm gonna have to ask Michael that. First of all, let me see if I do an account reset. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask him, see if he has any explanation of why that happens. So yes, just confirmed that it'll be Chris in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And again, just a further reminder, no more Chris, 3:30 to 4:30, Mondays to Fridays. We are stopping that. There isn't any. There's no replacement. There just wasn't, it was designed, listen, if you ever got it, went in there, with just a few people talking about stocks and asking questions like that, it wasn't designed for that. So Chris can better spend his time doing something else within Trade Ideas than that. Maybe a bounce now finally for AQN. I mean, you still got between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday, to ask questions to the other traders. Maybe there's a little bounce now, guys. I mean, there is a bounce obviously for AQN from 788 to whatever it's doing now. Yeah, to me, I mean, it's got a little bit of room on a bounce, AQN, a little bit of room. 825 looks like there's pretty decent resistance, so it doesn't look like it's, and it's still weak. It is still weak, weak, weak. If it didn't have this here, I might take a little and put a pretty tight stop. It didn't work. I'd know immediately, but I just don't like the fact that that 820 area is pretty close. Hmm. Well, the explanation I got from Michael for this and why the histogram dried up, he's looking at 10 candles. My guess is it going to be like five bullish, five bearish, and at this point, nothing was happening. Even though it was moving higher, nothing was happening. No hammers, nothing bullish at all, nothing bearish at all. So I guess that'll happen from time to time. It's rare, but that's the reason. But you know what, guys? Tomorrow, Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and you can ask him all sorts of questions about this histogram because he's the one who developed it. You can ask that question, Simon. You say, how about a volume component? Yeah, this glue, I see glue has actually showed up on the AI, but I mean, the spread is just pretty bad. Still, 987, 1016. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the room. And so if you want to head over there and listen to Chris for an hour, he'll be there. What time is it now? 11:53, probably within about 5 minutes. He's not there yet. Okay, so now I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Here's XNet, guys. XNet having a, China stock having a good day through the 200-day moving average, held. Here's an earnings play. Never heard of this one. 908 Devices Inc. Mass, MASS. Never heard of it before. It's an earnings play. The next low looking left is wow, it's not bad. 1185. I wish it were lower than that, but this is just making a break now. MASS. It is shortable for me, but I'll be taking my break soon, so I'm not going to enter anything right now. But this is kind of interesting. It's kind of consolidating on that 15 and then a breakdown. Histogram moving a little, starting to move down. The bar is starting to shrink a bit, meaning again, in theory, the ratio between bears and bulls is higher. Wow, PNT is still moving down here, guys. PNT is still moving down. Wow. This is an earnings play. PNT is an earnings play. Almost impossible for me to get this with that uptick rule where I want it anyway. Plus, again, I'll be taking my break very soon. So what I'm going to do is just put the announcement in and just waiting for Chris to show up. How's the Pixie doing? There's the mass making another new low here, guys. MASS, another new low. Spread is, not great. 1218, 1231. I mean, if this takes out, I mean, this is probably the lifetime low right down here, 1189. Gotta stick an alert there. Tomorrow, if this takes out that low right there, it might happen today. But if it takes it out, was that a little pop I heard? No, I thought Chris might have entered the room. If this takes this out, I mean, you can kind of see, I mean, this will be a lifetime low right there at 1188, not far away. So this could be tomorrow, depending what happens today, unless it has a tremendous rally. This could be a second day continuation on the way down tomorrow. Again, depending on where it closes today. That's the MASS. That's why I just stick a price alert at the low. And if it does that, if it takes it out either today or tomorrow, that's a lifetime low. And you may have heard that I love to short lifetime lows. There he is, my old friend Chris.
It's been so long, right?
It's been so long. And now we only have, this is our only moment to talk, Chris. So what do you want to talk about?
I don't know. Let's talk about that. The SPY has got to have a real challenge at 400. What do you think?
I think it does. I think the SPY's had a rocky, choppy day today. Hard to keep in trades depending what you're in. If you're in obviously a stock that kind of follows the market, you've probably been whipped in and out of trades all day long.
I would say big time. Even some things that were possible earnings play, pretty whippy here. FREY, had that gap up and then it moved down and it moved up and it moved back down. So kind of, it had pre-market earnings, but still kind of following, not to the degree of volatility as a SPY, much more volatile, but all the same, can't escape it.
Yeah. So my big miss today, I talked about it in the pre-market. Well, my miss in that I couldn't get it where I wanted. It was AQN.
Oof, disaster du jour.
Take a look at that one. Had earnings on Friday, bad obviously, but when I was doing our pre-market stuff, I noticed that there were 4 downgrades. Wow. I do my little upgrade downgrade thing, and I always like to pay attention if a stock's had multiple downgrades. So I said, man, look at this thing. So I tried to get it. And, because of this uptick rule, I just couldn't get it where I wanted it. I was chasing it down penny by penny by penny and hanging in at the bid, and they just would not fill me. I mean, there's lots of shares available. That wasn't the issue, but c'est la vie. But now it's looking for a little bit of a bounce maybe. And, but when I look at that 15-minute chart, I think that 820, 825 might stall it. So that was my miss of the day.
I don't know. I didn't have a miss of the day. I had one trade, CPRX. I took it on the 16 break when it couldn't get by 13. Couldn't get up past 1640, stalling out at that 1638. I said, let me just exit it now, and that looked to be the correct call for now.
Yeah, for now, yeah, for sure.
And I'll leave it at that. Okay. I'll walk away a winner for Monday. But we're cutting into your break now, Barry.
Okay, but I miss you.
I'd love to have you, but I also you need your rest.
Okay, I'll put
All
myself
right,
on mute now.
I made the screen swap, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Barry, take care. Now, righty, everybody. So happy Monday and all that. Monday's kind of had a theme as far as I'm concerned. The last couple of weeks or months, or stuff starts to blend in together a lot for me. But that theme is, it seems to be a lot of one direction or the other early on, and then a reversal of that, equaling chop, chop, chop. So, any empirical data to point to, but I think if we looked at several Mondays, we'd see a lot of chop on Mondays in general. I don't know. So let's look back here and let's see. So that's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So this Monday, I think, was kind of, looking similar to what today is here. And then we go Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday again. And just not giving us direction. So I think we see kind of a pattern here that's played out on Mondays. So a lot of digesting of the weekend data. PTON. And people and machines figuring out where they are in the world. Roger, can I comment on MNDY? Sure, I can comment on And of course, open forum here, folks. So I kind of just dive into things. But anybody with questions, please, please, please do fire those away for me. Don't be shy. This is supposed to be content driven by you folks, not driven by me. I mean, big picture downtrend. Continues to make lower lows. Lower lows this whole way. Also lower highs this whole way, essentially. So it's without a question in a downtrend. Is this the bottom? Is this where it bucks the downtrend and starts to move the other way? Hindsight will tell us that there's, of course, there's no way to know right now. You're going to want to see some kind of building and moving off of that $100 level. 100 is a huge, 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 huge level. You get a gap up. We've got earnings here. You get a gap up here. It's giving it back. It's defending that 100 level. I know it's come under it a few times, but it's filled the gap. We can see it's filled the gap right here. Trying to curl up around. I would suspect that whatever this level is right here is going to be tough for it. And then you'll look at kind of this boxed in level here is at the top of the shadows, the top of that body. But I'd say here and here will be your next levels to fight back through as far as recent support and resistance. For whatever it's worth, this indicator that we're still in the testing phase of is giving I don't want to call it a bullish or a buy signal, but it's a signal favoritive towards the long side of things. But in full disclosure, I am not finding this indicator to work as well as everybody else does. So I'm not sold on it like everybody else. It's not to knock it, it's anything like that. But for whatever reason, I haven't seen the same results out of it. But yeah, so this one, whatever the top of this candle is right here, is going to be a struggle through that. Then you're looking at, can you please tell me what the high low was of that? Any day now, software would be great. There we go. So I'd say 101.45, 101.50 is going to be a struggle to get through. And then after that, you'll be looking at 102.80, 103, somewhere in there, give or take a few cents on each side. And, you give or take more cents when the price of the stock is as high as it is right here. So that's my thing. So there you go. Blast pushing up through that trying to push up through that 150 level. But this thing's got to be wicked spready, I'm guessing. I took one trade. I had a good win on it, and I'm done for the day. I'm not one of those people that's, I made my money for the day, I'm done type of people, but I have a lot of other stuff I'm working on here, and I'm not fully entrenched in the market, and I'm happy to walk away with what I walked away on Monday. Where do I go to see RSI on stocks? You can add it to your single stock window, Peter. So, right click, configure, search RSI, and pick from the RSIs that are here, whichever one you want, and go show column afterwards. And that'll add that RSI to your single stock window. And that'll tell, I have daily RSI in mine here. You can also, you can add RSI to a chart. You can click on any chart, indicators, find RSI. It should default to be the standard 14 period, and you can just add the RSI. So those two ways you could add RSI, Peter, whether you want it on the chart, the single stock window, or both. Let's see, racing wise today, Chinese stocks were in heavy favor early. They've since faded. I think that would be in line with, let's see, the K-Web, I bet gapped up and then, gapped up. It's been wobbly. It hasn't taken a high of the day though, off that big topping shadow right there. Where's FXI? FXI is flat from the open. So FXI doesn't look as nice as the K-Web, but they've enjoyed a very nice bounce the last couple of days here, or week plus anyways. And Peter, let me know if that made sense to you, or if I went too fast or anything on adding the RSI. Go back over both those again if you need me to. Anyway, so EDU's a Chinese stock, PIXY. I mean, yeah, it's up. Still pretty good, even though it's pulled back some, but on okay volume, okay liquidity, I guess. I'd like to see more. I don't want to be rug pulled by something like that. Oh, I skipped you. How did I skip you? So plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity on this pre-market. Pre-market earnings here. And a very nice move. We got a nice gap up here. Came back down. Did not fill the gap. Held up here. And has been a steady grinder the rest of the day here. And looks like he's really starting to get some juice behind it now. This is a big level for it right through there, obviously. $28 or so. You're here. That's the next big level, and then up here. So can you talk about the racing? Why is it helpful? Kind of newer to the feature of trade ideas. Yeah, so for me personally, racing is like a way to really start to narrow down stocks and to look at things that are moving, how I want to see them moving. So for me, what I did is for my racing here is I started with a top list, all right? And I took that top list and I didn't over filter anything because it's going to break it down for me through the top list, the sorting on the top list, and then how it races through that sorted set of stocks. So, I'm trying to find more momentum plays. And if you come to the configure, I'm using Bollinger Bands to help find the momentum in the spirit of John. I don't scan on, I can't say I don't scan on Bollinger Bands. I don't chart on Bollinger Bands. You're never going to see Bollinger Bands on my chart unless I'm putting there for some reason to show something, but I don't look at Bollinger Bands. It doesn't play any effect into my trading whatsoever as far as the chart goes. But in the spirit of John Bollinger, Bollinger Band, break of the top band is a buy signal, break of the lower band is a sell signal. That's, paraphrasing it and breaking it down to its most simplest of forms. I know many people use Bollinger Bands for a revision to the mean. That was not their intention by John Bollinger. And again, I'm oversimplifying how this actually works as far as Bollinger Band goes. But, we don't need to get into all the nitty gritties of all the technical analysis of them. Generally speaking, break top band, buy, break lower band, sell. Those are signals. So I took a 5-minute Bollinger Band. I moved it from a 15-minute Bollinger Band. This bottom scan is a 15-minute Bollinger Band. The stop one is a 5-minute Bollinger Band. Everything else about these scans are basically the same. I took a price range on those here. And I want to see stocks that trade at least 200,000 shares on the day. Now, once the scan is found, once this top list has found all those stocks, we got to figure out how do we order them. We just don't throw it up against the wall and say, hey, what's sticking? Right now we need to order them. And that's where server sort comes in. So I decided, all right, once you found those stocks, I want you to put the ones that are up the most from the open at the top of the scan. All right. And order them in descending order like that. Okay. And that's how that works. Now the racing part comes in saying, all right, I found here's, that top set of stocks. And now I want to race them. Right. So I come in and in the race setup, I've said I want to run 3-minute races because I like 15-minute charts. So it's 5 races per 15-minute bar. Race lanes is 10, essentially saying let's take the top 10 stocks from this list and put them here. All right. And then I want to race on. Wow, this is not racing correctly for so long. And I did not realize it. Holy cow. No wonder I wasn't getting results that I like that much. Boy, oh boy, this is going to change things. All right. The race is supposed to work like this for me. So these first 2 things are correct that I was just saying. The time that I'm running the races, and you're welcome to experiment with this. All right. 3 minutes isn't right or wrong. 10 lanes isn't right or wrong. I just figured 10 symbols is good enough for me. All right. Then Now, how do we race them? This is the actual race. And I want to race them on the change from open on the sort of the race, not the sort of the top list. The sort of the top list is, change from open. The sort of the race now is a delta value, meaning I've got my 10 stocks here. I want them all to start even. I know that they're all up the most from the open according to the scan. Now I want to see what's moving the most now off that open. That's how the race works. So I found these stocks that are strong. I ordered them a certain way, and now what's moving. And the idea behind it is this. Let's just say that BLUE at 8.1% is really making its move right now, but it's not going to be able to overtake CPRX, for example, or GETY on a change from open percent off the actual open. But these ones are just kind of sitting here flat at this time. They're not really moving much. They made their move from the open. That's it. But BLUE is the one that's making the move. Well, the race is going to show me that that's the one making the move while these ones are flat. So I don't have to sit here and click through symbols. The race is going to say, hey, this is what's moving right now. You don't need to click around to find what's moving. This is what's moving right now. And I mean, look at this move in POWW. Now, I might have seen this earlier had this race been set up properly, but I did not realize that I had this race set up improperly somehow, which is kind of, all my races were changed on me. Isn't that something? How the hell did that happen? Huh. We got a real mystery on our hands here, folks. Did I do that somehow and I didn't know it? I bet I did. I must have messed with something. Okay, anyways, without me trying to troubleshoot myself right now in the middle of all this, because I'm a little bit annoyed by that. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. Anyways, there you have it. I wonder, the last couple of weeks, my races were not performing as well as they did for about 6 or 7 months. And I wonder if somehow they changed and I didn't know it weeks ago. Boy, that's extremely frustrating right now. Huh. All right. Anyways, hopefully, who was that? Someone was asking that. Chick Town guy. Hopefully that answered your question more than less. Of course, that might leave you with more questions, or I might not have answered your question at all. So please let me know if that helped you out there. Also, Peter, let me know that my rundown on adding RSI helped you as well to make sure that we got you squared away. All right. Darren, how can we get AI strategies race? You could try, I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if we have it built into a channel here that it races the AI stocks. No. All right, so the only way you can race the AI stocks is to stick them on a symbols list. So you'd have to come in here, look at what the AI has traded, and add them to a symbols list that's on a race that looks at it. So you take, for example, let's just say we take a top list or a new race. Let's go new. Yes, the user's guide is where I would send you for that. And I'll get back to racing the AI in a second here. So open a new tab. So we have this user's guide here. I'll drop a link to that in the chat. The user's guide is fully searchable. All right, so first there's all these, the bigger sections, and TI racing is right up, stock races right here. And then you can also click on full table of contents and magnifying glass and start to search whatever it is that you have an interest for. And, you should get returned something. There's a lot of repeat and repetition in this because there's a lot of repeat and repetition through the software. There's functions of top lists that are very similar to alert windows, but, there's more functions in alert windows that don't exist in top lists necessarily. But there's a lot of overlapping networks like that as far as that goes. But you can find that there specifically for the races, of course. Let's drop you a link straight to races right there. So there's a lot to cover in there for you as well. And close that out. And yeah, give me a moment, Iris. I will share it out with you once again. But so what you would do as far as the AI goes, so it's a kind of a multi-step that you'd have to do here. First, create a symbols list. So go to Tools, Symbols List, create a new list, and we'll call it AI Racing. All right, now you're going to come into that list, double click that open, and we can see GLUE, YOU, and BMRN. All right, and we'll press OK. And now you could take a top list or race. Let's close that down. We'll go new. And let's go real-time stock race. Let's not do it from there. Let's do it like this. Let's go new, top list. And, you know, whatever you want to put in here for that top list, we can just go symbol list. We can add existing list. And let's find our AI racing list. Somewhere in here. Oh, AI racing list, where are you? Am I missing it somehow? Tracker my light. Should be in alphabetical order, it looks like. Oh, there it is, AI racing. Duh. And now we'll put a check mark in it. So now this scan's only going to look at that. All right. And then we can say, I don't know, sort from, change from, open if we want. All right. And you don't have to do much filtering because you're only looking at a couple of stocks, right? You press OK and press OK. And so now we can see we're only looking at these 3 stocks here. And we can go to launch real-time stock race now. And we want to stop it because it's going to auto start. We're going to right click and go to show race setup. And then from here, you can set up however you want like that. And so I would direct you, Durian, I would direct you to that link about stock races that I just shared from the user's guide. And that would be how I would do that. And then each day you're going to come in, or you don't even have to come in. All right, yeah, each day you'll come into the symbols list. All right, go back to symbols list, click on it to edit it, and you can delete those ones. And then you don't have to do anything else. The symbols list still exists. It's still here. And so as Holly makes any entries or alerts, you can right click, send to symbols list, and you can just send it to the list like that. And so you don't have to just go into the list each time there's an alert. You can just simply right click and send it to the list just like that. All right, let me know if you have any questions on that. I'll just delete this list because I don't need it. Done. Adios. 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 All right, and my Bollinger Band scan for whoever wants. I really call it relative strength from the open because I don't like to confuse people or I don't want people to get hung up on Bollinger Bands. Relative strength from the open race. You're welcome. And of course, if you have more questions or I didn't cover something well enough, you know, let me know. All right. And Peter, perfect. We got you set up with the RSI. Glad to hear. And I just want to make sure this didn't mess around. All right. Yeah. It's still on change from open delta value. Boy, that really ticks me off. I wonder how many weeks this was screwed up for in my layout. Oh, I'm not going to lie. I'm really mad right now. I need to resave my layout now. All right, there we go. So again, fire those questions away for me, folks. All right, I'm not even going to bother going through this top 10 because it was not accurate, to say the least. Boy, I was struggling to find some trades the last few weeks that I was really comfortable with, and now I think I know why. I guess tomorrow will give me a better clue. So AXL, that's looking not too shabby right here. Let's drill down on this chart a little bit more. You've got that $10 level is big, but up above $10, you're looking at that right there, right? Volume isn't wild, liquidity isn't crazy, but it's enough to make me interested in a trade with that for sure. And we can see that this is a bit on its own to the rest of the market. Let me bring over SPY chart for some comparison here. The market gap down and this gap down, right? And then it made a move up and made a move up, sideways and sideways, but this did not dip when the market dipped back here, and has continued to find some strength now recently, while the market made a dip and then kind of moved sideways after that dip. So, $400, yeah, I guess $400 we call it. The 400 level on the SPY is going to be looming really, really big. All right there, Chicktown guy. Glad that worked out like that. And listen, I'm very one-dimensional still on the races, to be honest. I encourage people, please experiment. I've thought about some swing trade racing and how that might work out. Part of what I've thought in the swing trade racing is taking your top 10 winners here at the end of the day and looking to see what those charts look like. I mean, as I'll always say when it comes to swing trading, while there are scans that are more based on swing trading, obviously, how the scan is set up with different time frames and things like that. There's not necessarily scans that just say, hey, I'm the swing trader scan, come look at me. They don't always work out that way either. Sometimes you might have intentions for a scan to be something and it ends up being something else, right? So, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. So you may say, well, the scan's more based on intraday stuff, but at the end of the day, let me see if this intraday stuff has some room to run on a daily chart, right? So, just looking at YOU, well, looky here, this has got some room to run up over $30 if it holds this level. No, who's to say it will or won't do it? Again, beauty in the eye of the chart holder. So I really encourage people to experiment with this, because the way we're digesting and pushing out and interpreting this data, it's still relatively new. The races have been around for about a year. They only became popular internally with most of us here about 10 months ago, give or take. I was really one of the first people that was sold on the racing in January of this year, actually, still January of this year. I'm one of those first people that was really early sold on this here. And it took everybody else a long time to finally come around to this. I'll also say that I was not a good day trader. I was very kind of sort of on occasion okay at day trading at best for years. I was having much more success in swing trading the last couple of years. This pushed me back into day trading. Now, I will say that my overall trading experience had grown as I backed away from day trading for about 14, 15, 16 months before I got back into it again. My risk management became much stronger and proficient. And, so these things certainly factored into the more success I'm seeing in day trading. But I think that this had a huge, huge hand into the successes I'm now seeing in day trading that I was not seeing earlier. And a big reason of that is that I have a narrow view of stocks that I'm interested in versus 30 windows open all over the place, bells, lights, dings, whistles going off. Which one's doing it? Oh, is it this stock now? Wait, what is it? That scan? No, I don't need to be jumping all over my screen to 30 scans. I got 2 scans up here, essentially, that have to do with day trading. 1, 2, that's it. This is about more long-term position holding, and same with this here. So these really don't have much influence on my day trading, although I'm not opposed to taking a day trade that I might see something strong in here. It's not likely as compared to what I'm finding in these windows here. So, and again, I think There hasn't been a ton of experimenting when it comes to what people are racing on. I just personally think that because looking at it more intraday, the delta value is a sort you want to use for the racing sort. But you might not want to, I like to trade stuff that's maybe gapped way down and having a big recovery. I don't mind trading stuff like that. There are other people that don't want to see stuff that gap down. So they want to change. You could do it rate change from the close. So you're only finding stuff that's open from the prior day's close and having strength like that. Like I said, there's no right or wrong way to do a lot of this stuff. I'm just watching you here still holding, good strength here, climbing this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart there. We can see it closed below it here and then caught it again, but then closed below it here. So on the 5-minute 8 EMA, not quite as clean as this here, but you never got in trouble on this either, to be honest. Just flattened out a little bit here after some moves up. So anyways, a lot of action in that here. Awesome. Glad you are finding that helpful. All right. So I got, I set a ton of price alerts today based on the races, but I'm not, what do I say about that now? Is racing based on price, not change from open percent. And it wasn't a delta value. It was just a sort on. So, nevertheless, some things that I was looking at here, Baloo, enjoying a couple of days in a row. It's tough because there's some charts that I like on swing setups, but they're pharmaceutical stocks, and I just don't know. But Baloo, you got this move here, that cup and handle that's kind of happening here. Obviously, that this level, this $8 level, is absolutely monstrously big, but then you're looking at $10 after that, and you're looking at whatever that is, I don't know, $13 or $14 up there after that. So, I like this chart. I just wish it was not a pharmaceutical. That's all. And for those that don't understand why I wish it wasn't a pharmaceutical, this is why right here. Stock closed here, open there. And while that can happen with anything, it's more likely to happen with pharmaceuticals and biotech stocks. You're waiting for approval from the FDA or, waiting for results from a trial and things like that. And if it doesn't go the way, obviously, investors hope it goes, that's the result. Not only the gap down there. Look at the continuation and the weakness that happened based on whatever this event was that happened here. That event went on and lasted half a year, more or less. Basically got you all of November, December, January, February, March, April, all the way in through here, even more than half a year, 8 months, basically, that wiped out. Not only did it wipe out all these prior gains, you had 8 months before you saw any kind of healthy price appreciation in that stock. And there was no way to know that would ever happen again. That could have been it for that stock. This news event could have been the death blow. And again, while that could happen with any stock, it is more likely to happen with biotechs and pharmaceuticals. So that's my hesitation, even when it's a beautiful looking chart like that. Anyways, with that said, still interested in the stock. Doesn't mean I can't day trade it. Tiger Global here. Again, this seems to be China-based. I know it says Singapore. I believe this is Singapore's flag, right? Don't shoot me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty good with the flags, but yeah, Singapore. I still think this is more Chinese related than Singapore. It's a Singapore listed stock like that, but it's Chinese, more Chinese related. This is one that I'll be looking for to see if we got a base we can build out of China. I'll be watching this pretty heavily. Things got a good range that it can trade, obviously. So if it can move down this way, it means it has the ability to move up that way. It does not mean it will do it, but anyway, so it was coming through some races, and hindsight's 2020. I was looking at it on this break of the high of the day, but I didn't take that. I took something else. Got a win, walk away happy as a winner. let's see, YMM was another Chinese stock here. GSUN was another Chinese stock here. So you can see they're not all, not all looking good here as far as the China stocks go. KWeb has even gone negative from the open now. I'm looking over at my sector list. It doesn't look great right there. And it's diverging from the SPY right now too. SPY continues to move up. KWeb starts to try to move back down. So we've got divergence between the US and Chinese markets. FXI, same thing here. Let's move down. Not looking overly healthy at the moment. TSHA, no, that's not Chinese. That's a pharmaceutical, I think, right? Yeah, another biopharma. HUD, I believe this is Chinese. No? Yes. Yeah, another Chinese one. So wicked high flyer and then, completely collapsed. High flyer, or, flyer anyways. Can I don't know. $8 to $11 high flyer as far as I'm concerned. But when you look at the history that it had back here, not quite the same. Oh, regardless, a lot of interest in this still. 1.5 million shares traded and all that today. So it was popping on some races. That certainly hasn't convinced me to risk any money on it. AMC. I guess this had to do with the Black Panther movie that opened this weekend. I guess it did really well. So we'll see if that can do anything to help AMC overall. I mean, it's still a wicked downtrend, absolute falling knife, but great day trading vehicle. I mean, there's always going to be plenty of liquidity in the stock, or not always, but for the time being, there's going to be a lot of liquidity in the stock. So getting in and out won't be an issue. You just don't want to be obviously bag holding and caught on the wrong side of that. TBLT, tough build. Wicked downtrend, but it's been a great day trading vehicle, and today's showing that again. And great day trading vehicle on both the short and long side of it. There always seems to be a ton of liquidity in it. And 44 million shares traded in today. I'm guessing that's because of the earnings it had. We can go back there and we can see some, big moves up and down here. Things got a pretty small float, 12.3 million in the float is what we're reporting here. You can see here, took a minute to get through that 3 level, got through it, came back, tested it, and exploded back off that 3 level again. So, very nice move on that as well. And again, we still got lots of time here, folks, a little over 20 minutes. So anybody with questions, fire those away for me. I'm going to bore you to death with me droning and droning and droning on all this stuff here. Different look, something I saw on the TI Strength Alert scan. So I saw this here. PDSB. And earnings this morning. And we can see here, there's a bottom in June. Tested that bottom. Doesn't look like it took it out here, though, actually. And jumped itself right back up to this level of $5. It was a big level. Got up over it. And a nice gap up here. Now it's gapped up into some slight resistance, but, it got choppy. And then, nice break here. Pulled back, and now it's defending 7. The sellers keep trying to bring it down. The buyers aren't having it so far anyways. It could set itself back up again. A lot of room, big again. Good range on this, $5 to up over $15 here on this chart going back. So an interesting chart to thumbnail, not to mention for whatever reason, it's made the strength algo here. So while it looks like a good day trader today, perhaps maybe something more to look at. Easiest way? Yeah, the easiest way is just going to be click on it and then get it onto the chart and create the price alert. That's the easiest way. There isn't a way, unfortunately, right out of here. Yeah, not right out of the top list or out of the scan to set a price alert. Make a feature request for it. AXL. Oops. AXL. Where have I seen AXL today? Have I seen AXL today? So yeah, Patrick, unfortunately you got to click on it and head to the chart afterwards. Oh yeah, I did see AXL. We talked about it. It was winning a race before. I don't know if it won one or if it just was, at the leaderboard. You got it, Patrick. Sorry, I don't have a more positive. I know what the answer you're looking for. Unfortunately, I can't give you that answer. I agree. That would be nice to actually just get it right there on there. I'll throw it in as a feature request though, for sure. I can't promise how easy it is or is not to do, or how likely it is or is not to get done, but I will certainly campaign for you. Let's get rid of that price alerts window. Let's get rid of strength alerts window, and then what just came in. How do you determine liquidity of a stock? Not exact, Robert. It's not a black and white answer to that question. Different people will tell you different things, but two things that I would consider to be factored in would be the shares traded and the spread of the stock. So if you've got a stock that's, really spready, even with a lot of shares traded, it's not necessarily illiquid, but it's not an easy trader in that sense. Vice versa, if you have something that's got a tight spread, but not a lot of shares traded, and then, a lot of shares traded is subjective. So for example, if something's traded like 300,000 or 400,000 shares in like the first 15 minutes, that's good enough for me to have an interest in it. Doesn't mean I'm getting in it, but it's certainly good enough for me to be giving it serious looks, where there are other traders that I know that if it is not traded 1 million shares in the first like 10 minutes, they won't even look at it. They think it's a liquid. So that becomes very subjective in that regard, Robert. I would say looking at time and sales and how often shares are trickling through as well could play a role into that. So for me, if I see something that's traded, let's say it's traded 300,000 shares in the first 15 minutes, but I see it hasn't traded anything in the last 5 minutes, then I'm not considering that quite as liquid anymore, because the majority of what was traded was probably in that opening block, and all of a sudden there's no more interest in it. It might be, larger players at the table taking larger share sizes, and they're done. They got their fills that they needed, and they're done. It's not really actively being traded in that regard. So that's where I would, that's where some of the, subjectiveness of that comes into play. But let's say something's traded 300,000 or 400,000 shares in the first 15 minutes, and I see, every minute to 2 minutes, 100 shares traded here, 300 shares traded there, 50 shares traded there, 75 shares traded there. Well, that's telling me that there's activity in the stock that looks to be at least consistent on the open like that. And so those are the factors I would point you towards, Robert. And then you'll have to make judgments at your own discretion at what you feel is liquid and what is not liquid, based on a lot of those, based on those couple of factors. The factors, again, that I'd point you to is how many shares have been traded over X amount of time, how many shares have been traded over, from the open to this point, what is the spread on the stock, and is it actively trading, or is it just bigger blocks of shares that are being traded with a bigger player maybe at the table? It doesn't even have to be a bigger player. I mean, heck, someone that's managing their own retirement account or something like that. And, let's say they're 55 years old and they've got, 1.5 million in their retirement account. Now, I know 1.5 million sounds like a lot of money, but think about how much money you would need to actually retire. Is 1.5 million going to last you 20 years or 30 years? Probably most people know, right? So all of a sudden that, they're managing their own retirement account. They're a 55-year-old person and they decide they like stock XYZ and they like it, for a 3, 4, 5 month hold or something like that for whatever reason. And they decide to make it a large part of their portfolio. They might be taking 10, 11, 13, 20,000 shares of that. They're not a big player. They just happen to be a big player into that specific stock at that moment. So, these are all things to consider, I would say, when we're looking at stock, volume, and liquidity. Hopefully, I know it's a long-winded answer, but again, when you have so much subjectivity in a topic like this, you're going to get long-winded answers like that. The spread between what? The spread between the bid and the ask. The spread is the bid and the ask, always. And if whatever I went over, Robert, if you have more questions on what I'm asking or what I'm responding with, let me know. I'll do the best I can to answer those as well, of course. Yeah, so when I'm talking spread, I'm always talking about here's your bid, here's your ask. So when I was last connected to the simulator here and I was looking at PDSB, that was what the bid and ask was. I mean, PDSB is not at those levels anymore, I don't believe. No, they're not. It's not. Well, actually, it's not far off of it, to be honest. So like I could connect here. Let me connect to the sim. Give it a second to connect here. And, if I click on PDSB, now we can see what the spread is. You've got a 5-cent spread. They're bidding at 723. They're asking for 727, 729 now. And you can see that updating in live like this. So, still got a 5-cent spread here. And here's the last price actually. So, I like to see stuff that looks more like this, if I can help it, 1-cent spreads. You're not always going to get a 1-cent spread though. That's how it works. When you buy a stock, the way it works, if you buy at market, you are always going to buy this number. And if you sell at market, you are always going to sell this number. So you could end up, you just fly in and out of a stock. Let's take a stock that I'm sure is going to have a big spread on it. Yep, GSUN always has a big spread. So if I just press buy at market, I'm likely to get filled closer to this number than this number. Doesn't mean I'm guaranteed to be filled here, but I'm likely to be filled closer to that number than that number. And if I just press sell right away afterwards, I'm likely to be filled closer to that number. So I could take literally a 20-cent loss just by pressing buy and sell instantly like that because of the spread. So now look, and I just tightened up here, right? So now that might be something I would look for if I was interested in the stock. Gee, it's trying to break $6 again. Whole numbers are a big deal. Spread just tightened up on us here. We're last at 6. We're asking 5 above that. The bid is right at the last. Someone might see that as a buy signal to them. I certainly don't, but I wouldn't argue against it. I just, knowing what this stock can do and the tomfoolery in this thing, and the fact that it's China stock and small float, I don't think so for me ever, 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 ever. But that's just a personal preference. All right. Great explanation. Good to hear that was a great explanation because I know that I can really go off on tangents sometimes, and it takes me a little while to circle back home on the subject that was asked of me. Sorry, just a message came in. And again, fire some questions away from me if you folks have. Move that back out of the way. And all right, there you have it, sports fans. Market's still kind of running sideways, not really taking out that high of the day. Again, just bring up that SPY real quick. So, bumping, trying to get through that 399 level. So we had 398.97 back here as the high of the day, challenging it now. What was the high back here on these candles? So 399.13 there. Alrighty. And TBLT still up here on this race like that. GLUE, what do you look like? Let me take a look at a few of these here. Still looking good on the race, but this here brings it back to our liquidity question. It's only traded 230,000 shares on the day, but its relative volume is 3.27 right now. So it's doing almost 3 1/3 normally what it does. So this stock trades almost absolutely nothing, right? So, one person's going to say, well, it's strong and I like the chart, but another person's going to say it's not enough shares traded at this time of the day for me to be interested. Also, look at our spread. We got a 21-cent spread right now. Not exactly a great spread either, but someone who's willing to work spreads and try to get the fill at the lower end of the spread, depending on what broker you're using, and if you're using the ladder system or, however you're doing it, just sticking a limit order down here to get filled could work out well. If you got filled down here, now hopefully getting a fill down here doesn't collapse the price depending on the size of the position you're taking as well. You have to consider that when a stock doesn't have a lot of shares traded, you taking some shares in it could affect the price moving one direction or another. That's just market mechanics working in there. So, do you say it, is it a strong chart? And even though it's not traded a lot of shares, it's been in an uptrend and now it's in an intraday uptrend and you want to grab it? Or is it something that's been in a downtrend, just happens to be having a good couple of days, but it's still not very liquid? So, these are things that I think are big deals when it comes to, and still remains to be subjective in that regard. Anybody with questions, fire those away. Sorry, just some messages coming in to me that I needed to answer. And again, anybody with questions for me, please let me know before Mr. Barry comes back and takes over. So SPY right back under that 399 number again. Bring that back out of the way again. Are bid and ask prices manipulated by the broker? No. You should find the same spread broker to broker. It should be the same, the bid and the ask. I mean, without getting into conspiracy theories, could they be in collusion? Who knows? But there's too many brokers now. You've got a crazy amount of brokers that exist. So it would be impossible to get them all in line, I would think. I also would note the big caps here, the two big cap compare count windows, seen a pretty big spike on the new lows versus new highs. See what that means here, if the market's gonna do some selling off or not. I mean, it is up quite a bit here in the last couple of days, to say the least. 20 some odd point, or 30, nearly 30 points, I want to say. I mean, that's pretty wild. 25, 6, 7 points, something like that. And we see, not quite 50-50 here, but certainly not a bearish indication right there. But we shall see. I mean, just looking at these charts of these indexes here, there's a good move right up there. That is going to be major to get through. I mean, everybody in the equities world is looking at the same levels. Nothing hidden, unique, or different or new there. That's for sure. And let's see, well, there it goes. TIGR was pushing up on this race again here, trying to push towards that $5 level. This is what I consider lots of liquidity. I mean, you got over 2 million shares traded right now, and lots of volume, doing nearly 3 2/3 volume, normal volume over the last compared to the last 30 days. Now this is interesting.
I'm all ears.
Do you see that TIGR, the magic Mike indicator? On a daily chart, but on a daily chart.
On a daily chart, yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, it's interesting using that on the daily, weekly, and monthly just to kind of see, what's happening longer term. No question.
Yeah, I'm playing around with it. We'll see. We'll see.
We will see. I know it's. I mean, we sort of jokingly call it the magic, but in conjunction with other things. But yeah, I mean, on especially people who want to swing trade, I guarantee Michael will try to work on something like that.
Oh,
maybe fine tune it a bit.
Yeah, without any question.
Because I mean, if you look at that daily, weekly, monthly, and especially if there is a break. In other words, something just been, it looks like it's been consolidating for a long time.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there's a break in the just in the histogram. I'm not talking about even the share price, but then there's a break in that histogram. I think you've got to watch it, especially on the higher time frames.
Absolutely. I know Chris McKay said he's been using it on the 2 minutes and has done all right on a few trades that he's mentioned. So I don't know. If only Michael knew what he actually did during this.
Yeah, exactly. I know, it's hilarious, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. But, just goes to show you.
Yeah, it does shows to go you. Yeah. To be juvenile. Okay, yes, Chris, indeed. Do you want to take my goodness, that's it for you and me this week. Okay.
I guess so. I mean, I could pop in, I could do special guest appearances when I'm not busy and keep you busy for a moment when we've got a dull market going on. Although I don't know that you ever necessarily have a dull moment going on.
Not really. But yeah, well, I'll tell you what, if I'll ping you if I do, and I'll take a nap.
Sounds good, Barry. All right, I'll let you take back over, and I won't necessally really see you later on this.
Exactly.
All right, I'll talk to everybody else.
Coming down my cheek.
Okay, adios, Barry.
All right. Both of the rooms. Let me get rid of the announcement here. So I've been kind of keeping an eye on this PTR guide. PTRA. It's kind of watching this. I mean, it's had a nice couple of days, kind of resting up in this area here. The market has just been messy. I mean, when we talk about messy, we talk about looking at topping tails and bottoming tails. Now, typically, if you have a 15-minute chart, usually things are kind of smoothed out a little bit. I mean, if you're looking at a 1-minute chart, I mean, you're going to see topping tails and bottoming tails probably on so many stocks. That's why I just don't look at a 1 or a 2. But usually when you look at a 15-minute chart, things have smoothed out a bit. But look at the SPY. Look at all these topping tails, bottoming tails. That Geo did have a nice move, Zach. Definitely had a nice move, and it still got room. It's gonna be interesting, if it takes out 9. I saw Robert in a YouTube room talking about liquidity and stuff. Well, it's an interesting question. How do you determine if a stock is liquid or not? But obviously with the big stocks like the Metas and the Microsofts and all those stocks, I mean, every day they're going to be liquid enough. Liquid enough meaning if you get into a trade, you'll be able to get out without getting hurt in terms of the spread being crazy. But for some of these other stocks, it's almost on a day-to-day basis. It depends on how much they're trading, what the relative volume is. I'll always look at the spread. I mean, you should always look at the spread, the difference between the bid and the ask. Okay, in this case, Geo, it's 897, 898. So, I mean, that tells me right off the bat, this is very liquid. I mean, that means you can get into it and you can get out of it if you want. You're not having to, take a position, and then all of a sudden, the spread widens to like 897, 950, and you go, oh, how do I get out? Because I mean, that's something to always pay attention to. But the liquidity of a stock can change from day to day. One day when it's having its day, maybe an earnings play or an earnings day, some news. I mean, you'll see maybe millions upon millions of shares trading when it normally doesn't do that. Usually that's the day it's very liquid. You can get in and out, no problem. The next day it could be right back to what it used to be, and you wouldn't want to trade it. That's why we always have that relative volume. At least I do. The relative volume as one of my filters, because that's telling me if a stock is trading abnormally. Christoph. Hello, Christoph, in our YouTube room. Wow, errors, guys. I mean, this is continuing to move down. Another lifetime low for errors. Air Sculpt Technologies. Fat removal. Okay. I guess everybody in the States is now in shape, so they don't need this technology. Check out Tattoo Guys, TTOO. This is having, well, it might be a little late. Unfortunately, I saw this one right on that two break when I was on my break, and I thought, man, oh man, this is interesting. Another low float situation, 7 million in the float. But, look, I could, it's funny because it's only trading 394,000 shares. To me, liquidity is always, of course, about the bid and the ask and time of sales. Like how often is it trading? You don't want, even if the spread is good, you don't want to take this at 227. And when you look left, and all of a sudden there's no action for another 5 minutes. So time and sales can kind of help regarding liquidity. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? But your broker, whoever your broker is, will have something like this. But you can see, how rapidly it's trading. And so when you look at Tattoo, TTOO, you see next high is 239. But if it can take 239 out, you can see that the next high is almost 3. So, I mean, if it continues like this and takes that 239 out again and maybe rests there for a bit and then pops through it, this could have a nice continuation run. Meanwhile, Pac B, which has been all over the place, I've been seriously wanting to, potentially swing this one, but it's just too hard. I mean, and I see they're going to be presenting at an upcoming investor conference, so that is a tough one. It's going to be on the they're going to be one on the 1st of December, but one here on the 17th. So this is this week. You know, what they present and how it's received. That's one thing that's probably why it's in kind of, I call it kind of turmoil right now. I mean, it's just up and down, up and down. What's Meta doing? Is it still? It must be over 100 still. Wow, yeah, that's a great run, man. Oh man, with all the firings, unfortunately, but that is the reason. So Amazon is really lagging. We were playing around one day, seeing which one would get over 100. CCL. Well, I mean, these cruisers, I mean, I'm just not a big believer, but 3 great days, nice days. NCLH, I'm sure it's done exactly the same thing. Not exactly. It's a little weaker than CCL. CCL had a nice pop this morning. How about RCL? So CCL actually, it's having its pullback now, but at least this candle is still green. The other ones are not. Lab. So some volume coming into Lab, guys. LAB Lab. Let's see what's anything happening here about news. I don't see any specific news. I don't mean for this volume spike, but there is another one, guys. CVAC, CureVac. Haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see it a lot. CureVac, CVAC. What was the high yesterday on Friday? Was around 8. So it's coming into that area. Has earnings on the 16th. All right, let's take a look. I haven't done this for a while, so let's take a look at the sectors now. And now this time the change from the open and see what a difference it's going to make. Should make a big difference, well, especially in some of the bitch consumer or materials. A lot of the material stocks are in the Dow. There we go. So what you're seeing here is that the energy stocks have rallied somewhat from the open. These ones anyway, XLE, the ones that make up XLE, they're 71% or above the open. Technology has definitely rallied. Technology was way down here, I think, from the close of Friday when we're looking at this about 10 minutes before the market opened. But we've had a rally in tech stocks, 84%. I mean, NAS is still down, okay, but tech stocks have rallied. Communications, which was at 100%, every single stock that made up XLC was down from Friday's close. You know, that again, yeah, Friday's close. Remember, that's 10 minutes before the market opened. That's when I look at this. And then we have a different look now. 57% of those communication stocks that make up XLE are above the open. So they, like a lot of them could still be well below the close on Friday, but they've rallied from their opening print. So the biggest rally is, well, two big rallies in communications and tech since the market opened. I did not see the boom in PDSB, Ija, as you're talking about that little top there. SPY is still surging here. SPY is still surging. All right, so this one is showing up on Zach's topping tail scan. Navi, NAVI, not an earnings play. Held the 200-day moving average this morning, got through it on Thursday, maintained it on Friday, touched it today, and has bounced off it, the 200-day moving average. That's that green line you see in the daily chart. DWAC's actually having a nice little surge here, guys. Oh, this TBLT just still super strong. Remember, we're looking at this as a potentially maybe a short area if it kept moving down. Not even close. TBLT super strong on earnings today. 12 million in the float. That's how a stock can be up 59%. Look at the volume, 52 million. You want a liquid stock? That's liquid. Okay. Look how often it's trading. Look at the spread, 51, 52. Super liquid stock. 102 times normal volume up to this point of the day. Thank you, Pepe, as always. I wonder how long I've been muted. So Getty, so that was the news for these guys. These are the Koch brothers, Koch brothers, Koch brothers. So that's the reason for the Getty rise. Look at the volume coming in too. Actually has earnings after hours too. Yeah. That could be an interesting one. I don't trade after hours. I don't trade through earnings, but boy, that could be, that's very interesting. What's the next high looking left? 7 is there. 755. So 755 looks like the next high looking left. It is Coke. Thank you. Okay, I thought so, but wow, look at this move here, guys. 755 is the next high looking left. This could destroy that. Volume coming in. I think Shady had this one, EGHT. Not an earnings play. I think it got halted a few times, or once anyway. I guess it was halted on the way up. Yeah, it was halted on the way up, EGHT. It was during my break. Well, 400 is in view now for the SPY. $398.59. All right, this is a nice little break out of consolidation for Bally, BALY, coming into the 200-day. That's about a dollar away, though. Nice little break consolidation. Of course, gaming stock. I don't know what sort of, I don't know if they have anything to do with Macau. And China. I don't know that. But some volume came in. Just one Koch brother? Okay. Thank you. Wow, IMVT, boy, what sort of level, if it can take out 13, IMVT, if it takes out 13, well, I guess this one has still got some room. IMVT, I mean, the high, and I'm looking at a monthly chart now. The next high in the monthly chart is at 13. All right, 13? Yeah, 13 is the next high in the monthly. If it can take that out, and 17 is the next high. It's on a monthly chart. This is the IMVT. And the volume is coming into Getty. Okay, so this is an interesting one. Okay, the ENSC has big news for it anyway in the pre-market. Some FDA announcement that was really, yeah, that's the key word, may be appropriate. Okay, so written guidance from the FDA, then etc., may be appropriate. Okay, it's not is appropriate, 100% appropriate. It might be. So anyway, that was the news. Got up to 277. It's pulled back now to 224. But this is a type, and because of the float, actually has earnings after hours, but that doesn't mean anything. If it takes out the VWAP, which is at 233, this could get running again, especially if get some volume coming in. This could get running again. So I'm going to stick an alert, maybe the high of that candle, 234-ish, okay, which is just above the VWAP, and see if some volume comes in and it pops it and starts getting higher again. Look at this market. Wow. $400 is in sight. Okay, there's a fairly big sell-off here, 775 down to 7. Fairly big sell-off for Getty, Gety. Just checking some of Zach's bounce plays. Certainly being helped with this market right now. I mean, at the big, like from here on, 11:30. The trend's been up, even though it's been choppy, but at least the trend's been up. So how good are these? Well, take a look at now. These are early, okay? So I mean, you got to always remember these were early alerts. But look at plug 1683. So the alert was here, and you would have been probably got stopped out, in this action, but eventually run the same thing, 28 33 29.82. There's a dollar again. The initial alert, actually after the initial alert you would have been doing okay. Then the CHPT 1247, there's your alert. I don't know how easy it would have been to get this one, because that sometimes when we see these bottoming tails, it means they've sort of flashed down and went right back up. But even there, nice move. Then there's the AQN, even a little bit of a move, but but the alert was there, so you would not have made money there. The Mobley, MBLY, Mobileye, 2880. There's the alert again. I don't know how easy it would have been to get that, because that might have just flashed down and up. But with when the market does this, rallies, bounce plays are very, very good. Can be very good. 400. There we are. A little 404 now. So let's take a look at the SPY and on the histogram. Well, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, this is sort of interesting. I mean, this is, I mean, in theory, this is telling me that, even though it's moving higher, that be prepared for some kind of a drop anyway at some point. And this is the SPY because that histogram is way down here, low bars. Yeah, it looks a little different on the 5 minute. You can see how this is a little bit different on the five, but certainly on the 15, it's really kind of interesting. Some guys at Trade Ideas are in blue. Okay, guys, this is the one I did my video on today. You decided to take one that was more of a larger cap. And I actually said, I don't care. The fact that the AI said to short it, I don't care. But look at you. I mean, it's got some room still. Where are they out of? New York stock? I mean, there's obviously some resistance right around that 30 level, but so it still has some room to keep going if it wants to. It's an earnings play, so it'll still be active most of the day. Well, keep an eye on this one, guys. PRVB, nice break over 9. And when you look left, the next, I think it's above that high now, 910. Yeah, so it's above that high. So the position is, so it's above the 20-day range. It's above the 6-month range. Obviously above the 10-day range, way above the pre-market range. Histogram is starting to increase just a little bit here. PRVB. You. Look at this one, guys. You made another new high here. BHG. Let's take a look at BHG. Wow, something's happening. One of these sub $1 stocks that now is over $1. Lots of volume coming in. A lot of volume coming in. Not a low float. 67 million in the float, but a lot of volume coming in. I don't see any specific reason for it, but maybe coming into resistance areas around 115. Just looking at the daily chart. I have such a hard time with these, though, Zach. I have to say, because you got to take so many shares to make it worth your while, and I just don't trust them. But when they go, they go. I mean, if you look a little less conservatively, I mean, 125 or so, if it could take 125 out, then you might start to get some action into that 170. Hmm. Well, definitely bottom fishing. Look at that. I mean, it's within in the range 1.5% from the bottom. So it's just been a disaster stock for many, many people. It show up here though on the biggest gainers from the open. It did show up. BHG was the last winner. That's the one I was trying to think of. CXW guys, CXW. So Geo and CXW normally trade about the same. Geo had specific, excuse me, specific news to it. Just give me a moment, please. So these are the two prison stocks, CXW. So if CXW can take out 840-ish or so, then it's got room to about 12. It's not a huge amount, but and how's Geo doing? Did they take out that? It was hanging just below the whole number. No, it's now through that whole number like nothing at 9. Keep an eye on the CXW. I mean, it's lagging, obviously, a little bit. Not much, though. Wow. We call them the prison stocks because well, they're basically real estate stocks, but a lot of their holdings are prisons, I believe, anyway. It used to be. So they just operate. I thought maybe they own the land too or something. So they just operate the prisons? No, as William pointed out, they're subcontractors, they operate prisons, they own prisons. Did Chris mention Axel when he was did his 12-1? Yeah, look at Axel. I mean, if Axel takes out, I mean, this whole area right here, the next high is 11, so it's got some room. Axel, AXL. So if you were in this one earlier, if you look at this histogram here, no reason to get out. I mean, it's all solid high ratio between the bullish and the bearish candlestick patterns. William, you saw what I said regarding nerdy, right? It is not that was not the trade of the week. Sorry, NRDS is the trade of the week, not NRDY. Yeah, Steve's usually pretty good making sure that it's not going into earnings. So they're not the same. So the trigger was 13, so it's not really done too much, but the trigger is 13. So this looks like it's hitting the VWAP, 698. Yeah, so Getty is hitting the VWAP. Okay, will it hold it? If it does, it might bounce and give us another run. GETY, because the VWAP's at 698, and there it is, right on top of it. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on this. It's not. I don't think this one is shortable for me right now. Yeah, not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. So, okay, now it just broke down through the VWAP. Briefly, briefly. So, Hall, what it's called right now, though I'm sure the name will change, it's called TI pattern recognition. It's an indicator not available to you guys, okay? I know I keep saying that, and I don't know when it's going to happen. I think Michael wants to spend a lot more time with it. Michael created it about 6 months ago, forgot he had done it. I happened to see it last week sometime at some point. I think it was last week. Would have been the week before. I wondered what it was, started to look at it. So basically, here's the theory behind it. A high bar versus low bar. Okay. So a high bar means that, and if it's increasing, it means that these are comparison of candlestick patterns, bullish versus bearish. Okay. So a high bar in this would mean that on a ratio basis, bullish versus bearish, bullish wins. Okay. The bar starts to decrease, it becomes more bearish. That's the theory behind it. One of the ways I've found that it kind of helps somebody like myself who can get a little bit jumpy when I get into trades, like a lot of people. I got into a trade and all of a sudden, and I see, ooh, it's starting to drop a bit. Should I take some out or what should I do? But if the histogram is still strong, it helps me keep in the trade longer because I'm sort of trusting the fact that, well, bullish candlestick patterns are still outweighing by a big margin the bearish ones. So don't worry too much. I mean, I'm still going to have a stop. Too much about the price action. Now, again, like any other indicator, it's not the be all and the end all. But I found it very interesting. As you guys know, I am not an indicator guy. So if you look at Getty right now, you can sort of see that these bars are decreasing, which in theory means that it might be getting ripe for a short. I don't have any shorts available, but as always, you got to look at other things. So I'd be looking at the VWAP, and if I had shorts available, I'd really want to see obviously see a break of the VWAP in a big way. But then you see, look what happened. See how the bar expanded. Now you can, of course, I'm using a 15-minute chart. You may have a very different look if you use, say, a 5-minute chart. All right, guys, PRVB on the move here. PRVB on the move. Just mentioned it a while back. The histogram is starting. I mean, it's not, I mean, it's starting to increase here just a little bit. PRTA, I mentioned that one a little while ago. PRTA starting to move a little bit also. The PRTA? Oh, sorry, PTRA. And look at the histogram here, guys. I mean, look at it. So this is what I was saying. I was saying if you were in this trade early here and you saw this action and you thought, well, maybe I should get out of some. Well, there's really, even though it's been mildly choppy, not hugely choppy, this indicator can maybe help you keep in a trade. Not get so jumpy. I don't know what the Ravi indicator is, Ija, in our YouTube room. Well, I'm glad I did my video today on you. Not And see how the histogram is still, relatively strong. No major drop off. And again, this could be a second, we could have a second day continuation of earnings on this one. The next high looking left for you is 30. And then, up here 30.76. So, this could easily be watched tomorrow for a second day continuation of earnings. Especially if it closes high. It doesn't have to close right at that, or right at the very top, but you don't want to see it pull back, to 26 or something. Yeah, the PNT has just been killed today, but you're right. I mean, there it is though, the VWAP 616. Got to get over that VWAP. So I'm going to stick an alert around 620 and see if it takes that out. All right, guys, okay. Now the AQN could be setting up for another short here. If it takes out 8, it actually got higher than I thought it would. Well, not much. Could have looked at this area thinking maybe 830 would stall it on some kind of a bounce. Now it's below the VWAP again. Wow, 153 already. This has been a fast day for me. I keep looking at some of these small gap breakouts, okay, and I just haven't seen one that has a big gap to fill or avoid. Guys, Getty looks like it's, I mean, it's holding that 200 day. Big float too, 200 million in the float, but it has, news. It takes out 724, which is the high of that previous candle. I know it did briefly, got up to what, 744. The volume histogram is, showing some bullish signs here. Yeah, 755 is other than today is the next high looking left on that daily chart. It did poke above it, but up to 770 or so, 772 it looks like. Okay, so that was brief. Now the spread isn't great, 1826, not great, not horrible for something that could have a big move. 1822 now. The VWAP has increased now to 701. Remember, it was down at was it 690 something? So now it is increased. Whew. PRVB, guys. I don't know if anybody took it, but PRVB, awesome. Look at this, awesome break. This MNSO still has some room. I mean, a little bit of room. The next high looking left is right in here, that red line on the chart, 964, I believe. Yeah, 964. So it's got what, 40 cents away from that. So it still has a little bit of room. Volume, look at the histogram. Ooh, man, if you were in this one, then you see, you could hold as this histogram is increasing. All right, guys, it's 2 o'clock. Give me a moment. I'm just going to be back in about 2:05. Still here, but I'm just trying to do something on my own here. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, look at these bars increasing here, guys, on the MNSO, increasing as high as they can get. Well, this one certainly does not trade very much. MDGS, it's 223,000 today. That's 35 times normal. It does not trade very much. I'm just showing it's just showing up on this biggest gainers from the open. Barely sneaking in because I have a minimum 200,000 share volume. So I wonder if IC has found a bottom yet. This had a remarkable run. Hardly did, when the market was going up and down, up and down, up and down. This was very steady, ISEE, until last week, or yeah, maybe the Friday. Well, the fourth, whenever the fourth was. So until that day, I mean, this stock has been just so remarkably steady. Maybe found a little bit of a bottom now. You know what? We're starting to get, well, this is not a low float. 87 million MNSO is not a low float, but we're starting to get maybe just a little more action in these low floaters or the small caps. Call them the small caps. A little more follow through. No, they're not low floats. They're not crazy low floats, but they're cheap stocks that are having some kind of follow through. PRVB, another one. Oh boy. Well, guys, right now for me, yeah, all about this histogram here for a while. I mean, as I said, you were in this one. I mean, this histogram is, even though there were a couple of little downturns, but nothing major. And look at the way the histogram is just more and more bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish. Boy, TBLT is still strong. Very strong. TBLT, very strong. Again, I have to refresh my memory where the next high is. About around $4, okay? 394 to be exact on the daily chart. Oh, guys, this is an ugly one. BBWI, the next low. Wow, the next low looking left has got some room, 32, 37, so about $1.60 or so to the next low. Breaking down through the whole number. And this is showing up on my small gap breakout. I guess I should probably rename it breakout and breakdown. Or this U just keeps making new highs. An earnings play, so that is why it'll be active all day. Look at the histogram increasing. Pure Storage, PSTG. Well, it's a nice break on the daily. I'm just trying to see where the next high is. Wow, on the weekly chart, man, oh man, it's up here, $36 on the weekly chart. So this has got some room. PSTG's got some room. You're looking at it on a weekly chart, I think. 3181. Yes. So keeps you in the trade, until I see something that's just going to knock this histogram down. What time is it now? 2:13. So another minute and a half for this one to close. In the past, I'd be taking some out here because I'd be looking at this and, oh, come on, this is getting way too parabolic. Now listen, I'm not going to be crazy just because I see these bars. I mean, if all of a sudden it has a steep drop, I'm going to take some out. But right now, this is just giving me the confidence to keep in this trade. Now, I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there. What happened to that previous big bar? Okay, there it came back. I don't quite understand what happens there. Wow, the goose guys. I think this was 15, wasn't it? Oh no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I thought it was it closed at 19. Okay. So it's a little bit off. Canada Goose, GOOS. Look at this one. WWW Wolverine, almost an all-time low. Had earnings on the 9th. Let me get back to my daily chart. Earnings on the 9th. Look at the reaction. Just kind of hanging around. Now, again, this could go either way. What we've been seeing though are stocks that are kind of bouncing a bit. So what I'll do, I'll just put an alert, 1307. Price alert, 1307 for this. Maybe it takes it out tomorrow. Okay, so on the MNSO, it was weird what happened there. That kind of got me a little jumpy. Now it has come right back. Now, this is what I have to ask Michael, like, why does that happen? Because it looked like to me this bar had closed. So why would it all of a sudden drop down? ESTG, a swing chatter? What do you mean by that, Zach? You mean people looking at as a swing trade? Oh, thanks. Really? That's for real news, Daniel? Never know these days, but yeah, I mean, TSN, very different look. when you look at it on a five, why it's, sometimes it's pretty difficult. Like, that's why I'm basically going to stick with a 15. But it's a different look if you look at it on the 5 minute. It looks like this is, pretty bullish. You look at it on a 15, bearish. I'm going to stick with the higher time frames. I might use this more for potential entries. This more for, okay, keeping me in the trade a little bit longer than I normally would. Okay, market's starting to drop somewhat. So again, those ones that we were, the MNSO, PRVB, PTRA, maybe starting to follow the market a little bit. Don't know these guys at all. ThoughtWorks Holdings, TWKS. Earnings play today. Trying to come back a little bit, not down much, but trying to come back a little bit. The high on Friday was 871, so a little bit of room. Don't know these guys at all. See, this histogram is keeping me out of this trade. And not that I necessarily would do it. I don't like the way it looks, but TWKS, I just see it sort of decreasing a little bit. It may bounce, but I just don't want to do that. I think the ideal situation could be something that is looking like it's in consolidation mode, and you look at the histogram and it's relatively high consolidating at the same time. It could be like a precursor to the move. Guys, FREY is still pretty strong. Had that pullback, yes. Zach's scanner had it as a top, but it is still pretty strong, and it is an earnings play. And the next high looking left, yeah, 17. So it's got some room. This could be another one to watch tomorrow. See if it has second day continuation on earnings, off earnings. See one more time. Gonna explain the right-hand column. Yes, really. Now, if you don't have it like this, okay, if yours looks more like this, kind of a jumbled mess, but I'll explain. So what's happened here is that automatically a top 10 list has been created. It gets created automatically over the course of the day. So the number one position is Getty. It won 7 races. That's why it's at the top. TBLT won 6 races, etc. Okay. And so this is automatically created a top 10 list in both of these. Okay. You has won 10 races today. And if, do you have a race up and running, Major? Okay. So yours looks probably like this. Show all winners. It looks more jumbled like that. All yours say -1. Well, it's not minus. It's not a minus sign. Okay. It is. It's not a minus sign. It's just okay. It's just one. It's just a hyphen one. Okay. But you should have an option if you want. I mean, I think it's better to show the top 10 winners is if you right click on your race scan and then you should see something that says show top 10 winners. Then it'll be like this. And again, if people load, they can have these 2 races, but if you load it right now, you're not going to see the same thing because this one's 7 races. I started this race at 9:30. Okay, this morning Eastern time. So this is from 9:30 on. This is what's happened in both of these. If I start the race right now, this will be blank, and like a top 10 list will be created from 228 onwards. Okay, thanks. Okay, Scott. I don't know if you can hear me, but thanks. At least I know I'm talking to somebody else in another room, but at least I know that that's why I'm hearing this little tone not identify. Okay, so you saw how Getty tried, but now it's below that 200 day again. 701, not the 200 day, the VWAP. So I have no shorts for this one, but if I had shorts, this could be a really, on that break of that VWAP, 701, you might get down to 632. I mean, that to me would be excuse me, that would be maybe a support area. Yeah, well, it definitely gets you to, so Major in our question area saying, first day using the race car feature, love it so far. Yeah, because it gets you to focus just on, depending how many races. I wouldn't have like 5 races or anything like that. I'd probably try to cap it at 2, and it just gets you to focus on the strong stocks all day long. What does the histogram say about Geo? Let's take a look. Question from our YouTube room. So it's showing that like obviously I had the nice big pop here and then the drop, which kind of didn't really correspond to a big drop, but it corresponded a little bit to it not moving higher. But I have to see, you see, it's very different when you look at it on a 5 minute, decreasing, decreasing, decreasing. See, be a little worried if I were long this one and because of the way this 5 minute is decreasing. And, but, the 15 remains relatively strong, though it is starting to decrease. If I were in this one right now and I'd be waiting to see any sort of a break under 9, especially if this bar starts to drop even further. I'd probably be taking some off for sure. The VWAP is right down there. That could be a bit of a magnet. I'd also be aware of what the market's doing, though this is kind of trading on its own. I mean, it's also, it's definitely a news, it is definitely a news pop. Michael Burry, I guess, decided to take some. You know what? I mean, again, Christine, no investor advice, of course, but I'd probably hold on unless it broke 9. I mean, if it holds 9, the whole number, I'd probably hold on to whatever you've got. And if it broke 9, I'd probably maybe get out. If this histogram, if that bar there starts to get bigger and bigger and, gets up to this area, that could allow you to keep, the remaining portion that you have. This one, this PDSB. Now let's see, take a look what this histogram is telling us. PDSB. So you can see how it's dropped, dropped, dropped. But if all of a sudden we get some action here, maybe taking out the high of that one, but we can't put alerts. I think what Michael is really trying to do, though, is to somehow create a strategy based on it. I think that is something that we're looking at, but or at least an alert situation. I hate to call it a strategy, but you can see how nothing's happening in PDSB right now. It's still up 29%. A lot of volume. Maybe it'll trade the float by the time the day's over. It needs another 6 million or so shares, 6.5 million shares. But really, again, here's the difference. Look at the 5 minute, right at the top here. So, this could be percolating. This could start to get the 15 going. It's a little confusing. I mean, I'm not confused, but there's no right or wrong way to use this. But to me, if this histogram right there, that bar got above all this, to get it rolling again, because that would mean that the bullish patterns are overtaking the bearish patterns. Just give me a moment here. Something weird happened here. In my single stock window. Give me a moment here. Okay, now we're back to normal. Yeah, guys, I mean, if you had shorts available, that was an awesome break of the VWAP for Getty, Gety. That was a great break. You know, it was a failed breakout right there. Instagram is really not telling us anything in this case. It was more about the break of the VWAP. Man, oh man, TBLT guys. I've been saying this one over and over today, but what a strong on earnings. You know, you don't expect, in my opinion, for these little ones. I mean, what are they going to say regarding earnings? But oh, the market liked it. Next high looking left is over four. It's 443, I believe. No, 395. Sorry, 395. So watch it tomorrow again. See if there's a good second day continuation of earnings. And that's the TBLT. All right, guys, 2:38. So one last look at my homepage and all, and also I do want to put in the promo code. Pretty sure it's going to expire tonight. It's not the promo code you see on my homepage. Let me get that in. Okay, so there's the promo code. That's day 20 that you can use to get 20% off. So if you click on my homepage, excuse me. Obviously, don't use the very 15. Okay, use the Vets day 20. You get 20% off. You take out a subscription. Please do the Let's Get Started. 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes to get through them. I do a stock of the day video. Excuse me, at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. Free, of course. Trade of the week. See how it is doing. It's still hanging around the 13 mark. So the trigger was 13. The trade of the week is NRDS. And this is a free service. You can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it, you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder, okay? Education, great big education link here. Click on the guide. So there's the getting started. At the very least, look at an alert window. I mean, there is stuff about in the getting started. You can find out about alert windows and top list windows, okay? But want a little more in depth, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the racing. And when you click on that racing, you're going to have 4 videos and segmented areas, okay? The race startup, the configuration, okay? So while I'm talking about racing, of course, you've got the guide to consult. You're going to forget most of probably what I say. So, but you've got the guide to consult. Daily support. So no longer now. So Chris is not going to be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. But tomorrow, again, if you are interested in getting more information about this histogram, okay, Michael Noss, who created it, he'll be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. So if you're in tomorrow, now's a good time to ask him about this, what his thoughts are, how he came up with it, etc. Okay. Daily webinars. Daily webinars. You can sign up for them all here. I think we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. And Michael Noss, I just mentioned Michael. He created this great little video series. It's a free resource. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. So if you're brand new to trading, I think it's a great resource, free. Now, I should say all of this, of course, when you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down. I always forget to mention that. You've got to scroll down and you'll see this. And then here are my scans. So the racers, the 2 races that you see, and some other scans that I am sharing, okay? Here's what I use in the pre-market, actives up and down. So if you save my link, it helps the room. If you can use my link to take out a subscription, the room is free. This kind of helps the room if you do take out a subscription using my link. And also, yes, I do get a little commission from it. So saving my link for this, but also, you can take out my scans at any time in that big education section. So I think there's a lot of information on my homepage. As you're talking about Valet from Brazil, VALE. Yeah, a little pop up here. Well, I mean, look at this histogram. Lots of bullish activity. I have no idea what you're talking about, Hydra. I think I do know. You're talking about borrow rates and whether a stock is hard to borrow and all that. And that's your internal magic indicator. So if a stock is very hard to borrow or very expensive to borrow, then you go long. If it's setting up. Well, some might want to help me. Okay. So I don't mind. I used to not say it, but somebody asked me, you do this. I mean, what's in it for you? Oh, I'm going to tell you. That's it. That's one aspect. So if people feel they want to take out a subscription, sure. Use my link. I'd rather use my link than anybody than any other link. So I don't mind telling people that. Unknown window type. Which one, Jay Hayes? Can you give me an example of which one? Are you using the web-based version? Jay Hayes, are you using our web? Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunately, right now, and I know I have no idea when, but races are not available in the web-based version. Okay, so you're using the web-based version because you have a Mac or you're on a tablet or something. Yeah. So I mean, if you're prepared to use an emulation program, I know a lot of people who have Macs. That's what they do. An emulation program like Parallels. And of course, then you can use our program the way it's the way it's intended to be used. I guess you get Brokerage Plus, you get everything. It's a lot more robust. Or something like Amazon Web Services. I mean, that might be something you don't want to do. I don't know. Microsoft 360 or whatever it's called, 363. But I know a lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs. They use Parallels. But I understand, if you don't want to do that, I do get it. But this is a PC-based program. A Momo scan. Okay, let me do a quick look. Make sure it's not, when you say not working correctly, okay, let me take a look at it. Now, are you saying it's not working because you're not getting any alerts? Remember, when you load it the first time, that's when it starts. If nothing is meeting, before I say all that, let me just load it. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so this is what I get. Oh, I see. It doesn't say alert window. Okay. Well, you can still save it. I don't know why it's not saying alert window. Can't seem to save it. Why? If I right click, save or share to cloud, and then save, it's not saving it. You mean it's a blank? Okay. Well, let me just try save. So file, load from cloud. There it is. When you say the title doesn't get populated, I want to get rid of this. I have, okay. Ah, oh, you want to save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and then save it. Now, if you like this scan and you've got some other, maybe you've got some charts, maybe you've got my single stock windows or whatever, and you want to keep this as part of your layout, then remember, file, always save everything to the cloud. You can click on entire, give it a name. Now it's your layout, and then just save it. So now your layout is saved. Give it a name, like Major's layout or something like this, like something, because you can have different layouts, of course. The other thing is that when you exit Trade Ideas, file, Actually, I don't want to click on it because sometimes it destroys my link to Interactive Brokers. But it's going to say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? Say yes. Okay, because then tomorrow or at any point when you load trade ideas, your layout, the last layout that you had will load for you, including maybe some of these scans that you have got that you've added. The other thing about saving, just in general, the other thing about saving everything you do to the cloud, including individual scans, layouts, etc., saving everything to the cloud. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. Okay, so obviously I'm working off a desktop, but I've got a laptop, I've got a couple of tablets, etc. If I go and buy a new laptop, all I have to do is download the program. And then once I've got the program, then I just file load from cloud. And everything I've done, as long as I've saved it to the cloud, so I can load a layout onto my desktop, or onto my laptop. So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Now, you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, but it just definitely saves you a lot of time. You don't have to recreate everything from scratch, every single device. Zoran, good morning or afternoon. What time is it for me? Still morning, West Coast. Now, another huge reason, of course, is that if anything happened to your system, you're using a desktop and all of a sudden something happens, it gets corrupted. Well, pain, you get a new desktop, but again, you just download our program and then you load everything back from the cloud. Okay. Question is there any reason why the banks are going lower? Nope. The market's going. I mean, Michael, trading is trading. So right now the market is selling off a little bit and the banks are selling off a little bit. I don't think there's any specific reason. Banks are still above the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question or if I want to mention something. Okay, so I'll just put myself on mute now. All right, I had a question, why did Sava seem to move up? No reason. We talked about that. Who was the company? Roche. Roche's Alzheimer drug, unfortunately, is not working. And so just looking here. So the conjecture was that other potential Alzheimer drugs that are, being worked on have one less competitor. Okay. That was that's what I think that at least that's what I thought. Okay, guys, you see where Getty got to? Almost, if you were able to short it. I was talking about the low of that 15-minute candle, which is 634, and it got down to 640, and now it's maybe trying to have another run. Look at the histogram, lots of definitely bullish right now. However, 697 is the VWAP. It's got to get through that. It may not. Doesn't get through it, probably going to stall right there. Back on mute. Aja, I think you're completely missing the point. I don't feel obligated. I want to tell you. I mean, you might be sitting there saying, I think I'll take out a subscription. What code should I use? That's okay. Ask as many questions as you want, Major. Top list because they get updated every 30 seconds. Okay, not like an alert window. So the top lists get updated every 30 seconds. That's why you see the time range. Okay, so that's at 3:14, 10, approximately every 30 seconds. Okay. And you can see it's just changed 314.40 now, 315.09. So yeah, they get updated about every 30 seconds. As opposed to the alert windows, which are real-time alerts. That's what they're set up for. But top list windows, before we had the racing, I mean, they were just used to, if you wanted to find stocks that were up the most for the day or highest relative volume, you could take a top list window and you could sort on any header that you had and just to sort of rank stocks. And then it update every 30 seconds. Well, Mr. Market is not liking that 400. Look at this. What a day. Another up, down, choppy day, boy. Oh, why don't I have shorts for you, AMC? Okay, guys, I'm getting close to wrapping this up. So again, any last minute questions, don't be afraid, ask. But I'll stay as long as there are questions. 3:30 is not the magic. I usually wrap it up at around 3:25. But I mean, there's nothing, if there are questions, I'll stay later. And again, because Chris, we no longer have the 3:30 to 4:30 in YouTube. So if you've been waiting for that, you're out of luck. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap it up right now. Both rooms, as I say, no more Chris. So both rooms, thanks for all the help. Get my script in here. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.